Dear colleagues, please be seated. We're about to start. Dear colleagues, good morning. I would like to welcome you to this meeting of the Standing Committee in Chisinau, and I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the authorities of the Republic of Moldova and personally to Mr. Igor Grosu, the President of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, for organizing our gathering and for the hospitality which we already experienced here. The Presidency of Moldova in the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe has started last week, and I can assure our Moldovan colleagues that the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe looks forward to working with you in the coming months and to supporting the implementation of your priorities, especially as they are perfectly consistent with our own priorities and offer great opportunities for developing meaningful synergies between the statutory bodies of the organization. Needless to say that our continued support to Ukraine will top the agenda of the entire Council of Europe in the foreseeable future, with the work of ensuring the accountability of the Russian Federation for all wrongful acts it has done in and against Ukraine, already making great progress. In less than a month, a new Council of Europe Convention on the Claims Commission will be launched in The Hague. This should clearly give a further impetus to the activities aimed to consolidate and further develop the comprehensive accountability system under the auspices of the Council of Europe. It is equally important to continue our cooperation on ensuring the functioning of democratic institutions in Ukraine in time of war, with particular support to the vital parliamentary oversight, free media, and respect for the rule of law. In recent weeks, dear colleagues, Ukraine demonstrated that it remains a country fully attached to the European values, where, even in the difficult circumstances of the martial law, independent anti-corruption institutions managed to successfully investigate and prosecute the criminal activities at the highest level of government. But clearly, further work is needed to ensure that the democratic principles and practices are upheld and developed, and that they can successfully resist to the growing threats, very often generated and nourished either by external or by internal actors. This is why I'm delighted that the need to confront the foreign interference into the domestic politics of European countries has been identified among the priorities of the Moldovan Presidency. This particularly includes the exponentially increasing use of social media and AI to manipulate elections and other democratic processes, as well as to facilitate the spread of post-truth discourses aimed to erode trust in our institutions. I wish to remind you that our Assembly is organizing an international conference on the impact of AI on democracy, human rights and the rule of law in the mid of December in London with the House of Commons. One of the key institutions currently attacked by populists is, of course, the European Convention on Human Rights, the 75th anniversary of which we marked just a few weeks ago. Dear colleagues, the adoption of the Convention in 1950 was undoubtedly a huge step that transformed history and established the most influential and comprehensive regional human rights treaty ever created. It put in place a new kind of commitment, one in which the protection of rights and freedoms was no longer a matter of principle alone, but of binding law. Now, the Convention is under attack from those who attempt to question its authority, renegotiate it, or even to withdraw from it under the false pretext of improving our protection system. I wish to warn us all against a hasty attempt to modify the Convention for the sake of short-term political gains. This will only further weaken our institutions, encourage populists, and ultimately reduce protection that our citizens need perhaps more than ever. But of course, the beauty of the Convention is that it can indeed be changed to adapt to evolving environment in which it operates, and this was envisaged by its author 75 years ago. But if changes are ever needed, they must be discussed calmly, thoroughly, and democratically, never under the pressure of populism. The same applies to another Council of Europe convention that often becomes a victim of populism and disinformation. I'm talking about the Istanbul Convention, the first and only international treaty that recognizes violence against women as a violation of human rights. A few weeks ago, we all witnessed an attempt to orchestrate the withdrawal from the convention by Latvia, which would be an extremely alarming backward development. I'm delighted that due to the unprecedented mobilization of Latvian people and a firm position by the President of Latvia, the most catastrophic scenario was averted and Latvia remains a party to the Istanbul Convention. So I wish to express my gratitude to the President of Latvia, Edgar Rinkēvičs, and the head of the Latvian delegation to our Assembly, Zanda Kalnina Lukaševica, for their crucial role in achieving this outcome. However, the whole situation has highlighted how fragile and weak the system of protection of women's rights is and should remind us not to be complacent, but keep on working hard to strengthen this system. Dear colleagues, we will discuss the situation around women's rights and the Istanbul Convention later today, but in that context, I'm also pleased to announce that we are launching the third edition of the Vigdis Prize for women's empowerment today, with the call for nominations to be published today. Dear colleagues, this morning, after the welcoming address by Mr. Grosu, we will have an exchange of views with Mr. Mikhail Popsoi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and President of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe and former member of our Parliamentary Assembly. We will then debate reports on the observation of the parliamentary elections in the Republic of Moldova and on preventing and combating gender discrimination in health. We will close the morning session with a current affairs debate entitled Citizens' Mobilization in the Defense of Human Rights and Democracy, Recent Developments in Latvia, with the participation of Mrs. Beata Ionait, who is the Head of Policy and Advocacy of Marta Center in Riga and Head Organizer of the Mobilization in support of the Istanbul Convention. In the afternoon, we'll debate a trio of reports on the Assembly's own functioning, covering managing conflicts of interest in the Assembly and increasing members' participation in its work, as well as other modifications to the rule of procedure. As customary, the Standing Committee meeting will be followed by a roundtable organized in collaboration with the delegation of the Republic of Moldova to the Assembly. So I encourage you all to participate in this roundtable entitled Violence Against Women and the Role of Parliaments and Parliamentarians in Implementing the Council of Europe Istanbul Convention. I would like now to welcome Mr. Igor Grosu, the President of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova. Dear Igor, Mr. Grosu, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the meeting of the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly. You have served successfully as a parliamentarian through 3 legislatures, including as President of the Parliament in the previous legislature and again in the current one. You were re-elected just a month ago, which clearly demonstrates the strong trust placed in your leadership. On the occasion of your re-election, you reminded all political parties of the need to take responsibilities and to take responsible decisions for the good of your country. This is a very wise message because, as you rightly underlined, leaders must rise above political opportunism and act in the long-term interest of their people. On behalf of the Standing Committee, I would also like to thank you for the kind invitation you extended to us yesterday and for the insight we were offered into Moldova's hospitality and cultural richness. This is called how the nice wine was, cultural richness. So, Mr. Grosu, dear Igor, we are pleased to have you with us today and look forward to hearing your remarks. You may proceed to the floor. This is your house, of course, but...
Thank you.
Dear colleagues, Your Excellency Mr. Theodoros Rousopoulos, dear Ms. Despina Hatziviseliou-Tsovilis, dear Deputy Prime Minister Mihai Popșoi, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. It is symbolic that Moldova takes over the presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe in the year of the 30th anniversary of its accession to the Council of Europe, and at such an important time for our country's European journey. 30 years ago, when Moldova became a member state of the Council of Europe, European values were thriving, and people were confident in a united Europe where peace reigned. Today, as we take over the presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, war has returned to the European continent. And European values, as we know them, are in danger. When the war in Ukraine began, Moldova, perhaps more than ever, understood the risks of a fragile democracy, of energy dependence, of institutions incapable of protecting its citizens. Moldova understood that it must reform itself from the ground up. It must become strong, so that it can no longer be blackmailed, threatened, manipulated by a neighbor with imperialist ambitions. Moldovans understood that only alongside European, free and truly democratic states we can ensure the security of our country. That is why today we are already talking about a Moldova that knows what it wants, that has firmly stepped onto the path of accession to the European Union, and that is not looking back. During these years, we have managed in record time to build our energy independence. These days, we are erecting the last pillar of the Vulcănești-Chișinău line, the line of our energy independence. Today we have more investments in education and medicine than this country has ever known. Today we have legal institutions capable of preventing or punishing electoral corruption, illegal party financing. And last but not least, we have a presence on the international arena like we have never had before. All thanks to the resilience and intelligence of the Moldovans, to the courage and bravery of the Ukrainians, and to our European friends who did not leave us alone when we needed their support the most. We know what it means to build your democracy from scratch. We know what it means to live for years in manipulation, disinformation and blackmail. We are not going back there. Therefore, we will treat the presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe with the utmost responsibility and will try, in this mandate, to facilitate, first of all, the support provided to Ukraine by the Council of Europe. We do not forget at all that Moldova and the whole of Europe is, even at this moment, defended by Ukraine. I assure you that Moldova is an ally of free and democratic countries. Moldova is most interested in preserving and strengthening European values and the European Union, because that is where our home is and that is where we are heading. Thank you for your presence, for the support provided to our country during all these years. Moldova would not have succeeded without friends. And I wish all of us the courage to continue working for what is most valuable to us, peace and freedom. Thank you.
President, for your welcome address. The Assembly is looking forward to working closely with you and, of course, your country and the national delegation during your presidency of the Republic of Moldova. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is now my pleasure to welcome among us Mr. Mihai Popsoi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Moldova and President of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, dear President of the Committee of Ministers, we are thankful for taking your time to exchange views with us and very pleased for the warm welcome we received in Chisinau as we meet for our standing committee. And it is, of course, it is a great pleasure and a privilege for us to be here today when your country is chairing the Council of Europe's Committee of Ministers for the second time in its history, coinciding also this year with your 30th anniversary as proud members of the Council of Europe and at a critical time in the organization's history. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Mr. President Grosu, Rosulopoulos, dear Secretary General Besed, Chasi Vasilou, Your Excellencies, distinguished friends. It's a triple honor for me to be here. First, to return to the Parliament, to my very seat as Vice President, where I spent 5 rewarding years, to do it in your company, dear friends from the Parliamentary Assembly, where I also spent 5 years, including as Vice President of the Assembly, but also to do it now in the capacity of President of the Council of Ministers. And we very much look forward to making this mandate of Moldova a productive one, particularly in these challenging times for Moldova, for the entire region, and indeed for the entire organization. At a time of unprecedented challenges to the rule-based international order and the repositioning of geopolitical configurations, the role of the Council of Europe in safeguarding and defending democracy, human rights, and the rule of law has never been more crucial. Therefore, in exercising its mandate as Presidency of the Committee of Ministers, the Republic of Moldova will endeavor under the motto for a Europe of peace and resilience, to facilitate the convergence of the Council of Europe activities and enhancing its capacities. The new realities in which we are operating make our organization even more significant, highlighting the need for renewed responsibility and commitment for its core values, and call for the resolute actions to strengthen our collective response to challenges to its fundamental principles. The Presidency will be guided by 3 major axes: support for Ukraine and the accountability for the crime of aggression committed by the Russian Federation, support for the work of the new democratic pact, new pact for democracy, strengthening our response to disinformation, including foreign information manipulation and interference. Following the Reykjavik summit, the Council of Europe reaffirmed its mission in upholding the international legal order, particularly through its support for Ukraine. Moldova remains a steadfast advocate for justice and accountability and welcomes the efforts and tangible results on the path towards creating the Special Tribunal for the crimes of aggression against Ukraine. The Presidency will focus on democracy, human rights, ensuring the execution of ECHR judgments, including against Russia, and assuring accountability for Ukraine. Equally, children's rights, combating violence against women, social rights, local democracy, and fighting disinformation will feature among the top priorities of our mandate. Distinguished delegates, the Presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe is in full complementarity and synergy with the Republic of Moldova's accession negotiations with the European Union, launched on June 25, 2024. Thus, mutually reinforcing our national and collective commitment to the core European values we hold so dear. The Republic of Moldova is a country with an ambitious reform agenda. The European integration goal, as enshrined in the Constitution, has created a positive environment for modernization and transformation. During the recent parliamentary elections on September 28, my country faced unprecedented full-scale hybrid campaign orchestrated by the Kremlin. These attacks aimed at undermining rule of law and democratic process in the Republic of Moldova, fostering instability and fueling polarization, did not succeed. This failure is due to the legislative reforms we have undertaken, the steadfast work of our civil society institutions and government bodies, and above all, the resilience of our citizens, who have given a clear and decisive mandate to continue the Republic of Moldova determined towards this path to European membership. Moldova's election was a national choice, but its meaning is global. It showed that democracy can prevail even under relentless pressure. Yet democracies cannot stand alone. They need solidarity, resilience, and unwavering support. Finally, I would like to emphasize the consistent support of the Council of Europe throughout our democratic transition. As over the years, together, we have created change, building institutions, shaping policies, and inspiring transformation. At this pivotal moment, we remain fully committed to advancing our shared values and to contributing constructively to the organization's agenda. Our presidency will continue to promote unity, resilience, and a stronger Europe grounded on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Deputy Prime Minister. Dear colleagues, I would now give the floor to the members of the Standing Committee who would like to put a question to the Deputy Prime Minister. I just want to remind you that the time for questions to the Deputy Prime Minister is limited to 30 seconds. I propose that we will group the questions and start with the representatives of the political groups, as usual, as we do in our hemicycle. Each question addressed by the representatives of the political groups will be answered immediately, and then we will have groups of threes, and the Deputy Prime Minister will answer after having taken notes of this. So we'll start with the representative of the Socialists, Democrats and Green, Mrs. Petra Bayer. Petra, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. I had the honor to chair the election observation mission last year, and we gathered a lot of evidence of what you just told us about these hybrid attacks on democracy. And we also learned that, of course, Moldova did a lot of adaptations and learned how to be resilient, and also the people of Moldova to be resilient against these attacks. What I would like to know from you in your capacity as a foreign minister is, do you think that also those who did these hybrid attacks, like Russia and others, also adapt and developed in a different way or developed further? And my second question is, do you see any possibility to cooperate with other countries, because we all are victims of that, to learn from each other and to become more resilient altogether against these threats to our democracy?
Thank you, Petra. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, would you like to respond?
To the first part of your question, sadly, the answer is yes. The Kremlin does adapt. They will come back with a vengeance. They, unfortunately, will not allow us the luxury of letting us alone. But we are stronger by virtue of being exposed to these challenges, and we are more than happy to share our lessons learned with our friends, and we're already doing that. There are elections coming up in some of the countries that are very good friends of ours, and we are sharing the experience of our relevant institutions, how to best respond to this malign interference. So we've been helped quite a bit by our friends and partners, and we are now in a position to be able to provide support and assistance to our friends as well. So we very much look forward to continuously doing that, because we are only stronger together if we share experiences and we help each other out. Thank you.
Thank you. Arusak Yulhanyan is now next on behalf of the European People's Party. Arusak, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Minister. I'm here. Thank you. So yesterday during the Bureau meeting, actually, we were discussing one question concerning the court decisions, domestic court decisions, and the interference if the governments alleged interference of the governments into the court decisions. So could you elaborate, please, how can we protect the court decisions from the possible interference of the domestic courts? Thank you.
Dear Prime Minister, would you like to respond?
The only interference that we can speak of when it comes to the courts in the Republic of Moldova is the corrupt actions of certain entities that are usually under the prosecution of those courts. When it comes to the state institutions, we have fought this past 5 years since we came to power to prop up the independence of the courts, the integrity of the courts, and with the support of our friends in this chamber, in the European Union, in the United States, we have undergone an incredibly tedious reform of vetting judges and prosecutors, which is still ongoing, but the results are already visible. There are high-level prosecutions happening. The trials are already undergoing, especially when it comes to electoral corruption, which has been one of the main challenges last year in the election. And these allegations about any sort of state interference in the judiciary, I would like to vehemently deny. And you are certainly able to verify that. Don't take my word for it. Speak to the civil society in Moldova, speak to the judges themselves. Because we have made a priority of our political agenda in the Republic of Moldova since we came to power, to do exactly the opposite, to give independence to the courts and to make sure that they are driven by integrity and professionalism and not by any sort of interference from within or abroad. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, the Vice President of the group, Mrs. Elisabetta Gardini. Elisabetta.
Sì, thank you. I will speak in Italian. Sì, allora.
So, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to meet with you and for this wonderful program here in Chisinau. It's wonderful to be here, and I'm certain that everything will go wonderfully here. Now, there's something that I wanted to mention. Now, the process of European integration as concerns Moldova, I look at this as a member of the Council of Europe and also as an Italian. So your president was recently in Rome and met Giorgia Meloni. It was a very warm meeting, very fructiferous, and a good encounter between the two countries. So reform requires, of course, the political support of partners, and that might accelerate the entire process overall. So what can we do? What can we do as a delegation, if you like, as a body of the Council of Europe at this particular crucial moment? What is the most important message that we can convey to our European partners on this particular front to support you in this reform process? Thank you.
Dear Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, call me biased, but we have great relationships with Italy, and we have an amazing Moldovan community in Italy, the largest Moldovan community outside the country, and we are pleased to have this great relationship at the government level, at the parliamentary level, and at the level of the people-to-people contacts. When it comes to what support you can provide, doing what the Council of Europe and the Parliamentary Assembly does best is pointing out where things are going well, but also pointing out where things should improve. An honest assessment of the situation is the best support that you can provide, because any challenges that we may have, by virtue of tackling them in an honest and determined fashion, we are only able to address them with that ethos. So we thank you for all the efforts that have been done by the Assembly in doing just that, in commending and supporting the progress that is being done, and also helping with an honest view of where things can further improve. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe, the President of the group, Mr. Julian Bulai.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte. Voi vorbi limba română ca să pregătească colegii să...
Dear Mr. President of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova and the President of the PAS party, congratulations on your huge victory in the elections, which has proven that you can democratically perform in very difficult conditions with many obstacles imposed by different actors. Congratulations to you, dear Mr. Popchoy, for taking over the presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. I have a question and a comment. I'd like to refer to the fact that yesterday, on the 20th of November, we celebrated the 80th anniversary of the works from Nuremberg Tribunal, judging those, prosecuting those who were guilty of many atrocities in Europe. The Council of Europe was the main actor for prosecuting the aggression crimes against of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. How do you see your role in the next 6 months to be able to develop this project with concrete steps? At the same time with having works and discussions regarding the closing of the war. So my final remark will also be the Council of Europe means a lot of opportunities and institutions, including the Development Bank of the Council of Europe that can offer support grants for a civil and social infrastructure at the local level. In a trialogue that wasn't held before, so between the Republic of Moldova, Council of Europe and the European Union that could guarantee these loans that I think the local communities could benefit from. So in order to understand that the inclusion and the membership of the Council of Europe and of the European Union means benefits, tangible benefits beyond the values and the rule of law. Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Merci. Prima parte.
The first part related to the International Tribunal. The Republic of Moldova is fully committed to help to this within our presidency of the Committee of Ministers to eliminate the perception of impunity that Kremlin thinks it enjoys. So we have laid down together the basis for the creation of this. The second stage was the register of damages, and now in December the Claims Commission will be launched in The Hague, so that we can have in place the whole mechanism comprised of these 3 pillars in order to eliminate the impunity and to make the aggressors responsible. At the same time, when it comes to the development of and the contribution of the Council of Europe in this process, so the Republic of Moldova has put into an application this famous project of building in the Republic of Moldova of a new penitentiary, of a new model. So now we are implementing this project, and we will be looking for other opportunities to cooperate with banking and financial institutions that are ready to help us, so that this will enable us to advance on the development path. Thank you.
United European Left, George Lukaidis, the co-chair of the party.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to everybody. Dear Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, As your presidency coincides with the 65th anniversary of the European Social Charter, I would like to ask a question in relation to that about possible initiatives that you will take in order to implement the provisions, so important provisions of this Charter, having in mind that a number of challenges are directly related, connected, if not they are the root causes of a serious challenge, a number of serious challenges in our continent, in the world, but also in your homeland as well. And I'm talking about the need to combat inequalities, poverty, social exclusion, to safeguard social and labor rights. As all this, in our opinion, are affecting directly the erosion of democracy that we have been discussing. The challenge that we have in front of us and is related to immigration, and at the same time the increase of the percentages of the power of the far right, which is also directly related to that. And I can name a number of challenges that are related to these social and labor rights or inequalities. Another issue that we have been discussing yesterday as well, it's a major issue, is that huge resources are being invested in the militarization of Europe instead of combating all these huge challenges related to labor and social rights. And I want to have your response in relation to what initiatives are you planning to take in order to see these provisions of the Charter being implemented.
Thank you, George. Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you. Indeed, for us, as I mentioned, social rights and the European Social Charter system is a priority for our presidency. And I can tell you from the experience of the Republic of Moldova, we may be a center-right party, but when we came to power, our #1 piece of legislation was to double the minimum pension in the Republic of Moldova. Because many of our seniors, if not most of our seniors, sadly, were living below the extreme poverty line. So we made it a priority, President Sandu and the leadership of the party, to make sure that we put social rights and the dignity of our senior citizens first. We have also made a significant effort in this chamber to promote children's rights, women's rights, including the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. We've created an entire institution in the Republic of Moldova to safeguard, to protect women from domestic violence. We have put an effort to provide services to mothers who have young children to be able to have more nurseries, including we've created a room for that here in this very chamber in Parliament. And we always emphasized social rights, and we plan to do that during our presidency as well. At the same time, given our very precarious security situation, I don't think it's fair to frame it in an either-or. Of course, the guns and butter debate will always be there in the political arena. But in our security environment, we absolutely have to find resources and strike a balance between both. We cannot do one or the other. We have to make sure that we provide social support to those who need it, but we also need to invest in defense and security. Because as the old cliche goes, if you don't invest in your military, you will soon have to pay for somebody else's military, and we don't want to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Deputy Prime Minister. And dear colleagues, now we'll open the floor to other members of the Standing Committee, starting with Saskia Kluit. Saskia.
Thank you very much. I want to congratulate you on your wonderful work in defending democratic values. I think we all were very impressed. My question is, you mentioned the social rights as part of your agenda for your presidency in relation to the Democratic Pact. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Saskia. Kostis Evstathiou is next.
Good morning. What is, in your capacity as a foreign minister and also member of the Council of Ministers, I'm really concerned about the misinformation we discuss all these years. Who decides about misinformation? What are the criteria? And because it's paradox. We follow Russian Federation on that. We have this model of Russia by pretending that it's fighting misinformation to have their democracy value. So, are we ready, at least, to guarantee the right of freedom of expression and not be hurt in the name of combating the misinformation? Thank you.
Thank you, Kostis. And the third now in the first group is Lord Jones.
Thank you. I listened carefully to what the Deputy Prime Minister had to say about external campaigns of disinformation that the people of Moldova witnessed in the course of the election. We know that the source of a lot of that disinformation is social media. It's a fairly new phenomenon. It didn't really exist 20 years ago. How, in your view, do you go about combating disinformation? There are different political views. We all see the world in different ways, and then there is outright untruth. Given the experience that Moldova experienced last year, what are the next steps? How do you look to deal with this problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Jones, and on this occasion I would take the advantage to congratulate you as the new head of the UK delegation to our Assembly. Welcome. So, dear Deputy Prime Minister, would you like to respond to these three first questions?
Yes, thank you. When it comes to the social charter, we are going to have a ministerial in March under our presidency with labor ministers making sure that we advance the values of the social charter in a practical way, also in line with the democratic pact that the Secretary General is promoting. We are very much keen on supporting initiatives that help us consolidate our democratic gains across the continent and make sure that we see less and less democratic backsliding. When it comes to the discussions about disinformation and democracy, this is a very difficult but important discussion. The liberty versus security dichotomy is not abstract, it's very much real. And in the Republic of Moldova, our experience has been that if you are truly honest about your commitment to democratic values, you will be able to find that fine line and not use disinformation or any other external or internal threats as a justification to anti-democratic behavior. Because if you are truly a Democrat and you respect and cherish the rights of your citizens, then you will engage with them, you will have a feedback loop of explaining what needs to be done and get feedback from the citizens if they support those actions. The same is true with international partners. We've engaged with the Venice Commission proactively. At some point I was surprised that the Venice Commission was urging us to go even further, to be even more proactive in our response to Russian interference. But we made sure that we securitize our informational space, defend our national security, while also securing, promoting and advancing democratic freedoms of our citizens. When it comes to combating disinformation, there is no silver bullet, but there are short-term actions that you need to make, and we honestly hesitated for a number of years. It took us a whole year of the war to address the very direct threat of Russian-sponsored state-owned TV propaganda. We were concerned for a whole year of the war and rightly so, what our citizens are going to say, what Brussels is going to say, what Strasbourg is going to say. But then by the end of that year, the European Union shut down Russia Today, and we figured if it's good for Europe, it's good for Moldova. And we addressed that, and probably it was a bit late, because for a whole year of the war, Moldovans were subject to direct distilled Russian propaganda. So in short term, you need to respond proportionally in mitigating those threats. And it's a whole of government approach, and it's a whole of society approach. You need to engage civil society, media. I must admit, and you were here to witness the election, the whole society mobilized to combat Russian disinformation. And journalists, Moldovan independent journalists, are our biggest allies in combating this Russian disinformation. But longer term, or medium or longer term efforts can only happen with media literacy, educating critical thinking from early on, from childhood through university, through adult life. That is the only way that you can have sustainable, resilient society, and it requires time and effort and political commitment. But we should not shy away from addressing the short-term threats, because if we don't address the immediate threats, then doing the other more difficult work will be futile, because the citizens will continue to be subjected to this avalanche of propaganda. But you need to do it responsibly, and not using these threats as excuses to curb the democratic freedoms of your citizens. Because, as Benjamin Franklin was saying, those that trade liberty for security deserve neither.
I don't see any other colleagues to ask questions. So, dear Deputy Prime Minister, I want to thank you for your informative statement, first of all, and then for the fruitful exchange of views with my colleagues. We will have the privilege of having you with us until the end of the debate on the observation of parliamentary elections in the Republic of Moldova, which we will hold in a few minutes after items 4 to 7 of our agenda, which we have to proceed with beforehand. Colleagues, before we continue with the next agenda item, let me briefly remind you the speaking times for our debates today. The rapporteurs, as well as members who introduce the current affairs debate, are allowed a total of 10 minutes. The time for any question of procedure is limited to 30 seconds. All other interventions are limited to 3 minutes. During the votes, to facilitate the vote counting, may I please ask you to keep your hands or nameplates up as long as the count is underway. If need be, in accordance with the rules of procedure, I may call a vote by standing up instead of a vote by show of hands. Now I'm going to item number 4, which is the examination of new credentials. We have received the credentials for new members of the delegations of Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, and the United Kingdom. They are contained in document 16295. Are there any objections to the change in this composition of the delegations that I have just named? No, that is not the case. The credentials are ratified. I welcome our new colleagues. Item number 5. Our next business is to consider the modifications in the membership in committees communicated by the national delegations of Austria, Germany, Denmark, Netherlands, Norway, and United Kingdom. In addition, the European Conservatives, Patriots, and Affiliates has nominated a member to the Monitoring Committee. The changes are set out in document Commissions 2025-07 and Commission 2025-07 Addendum. Are the proposed changes agreed to? Yes, thank you. Item number 6, I inform you that a request for a current affairs debate entitled Citizens' Mobilization in the Defense of Human Rights and Democracy, Recent Developments in Latvia, has been submitted by the leaders of Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe, Socialists, Democrats and Greens Group, Group of the European People's Party, and Group of the United European Left. The Bureau at its meeting yesterday agreed to recommend holding this current affairs debate and that Mr. Edmunds Sepuritis from Latvia Socialist open the debate. Any objections to the Bureau recommendations? No, that is not the case. I propose to hold the current affairs debate at the end of the morning session. Item number 7, we must now adopt the agenda for this meeting. Any objections to the draft agenda? No, that is not the case. The draft agenda is adopted. So, item number 10. In order to accommodate the Deputy Prime Minister's schedule, we will now proceed with the consideration of the report on the observation of the parliamentary elections in the Republic of Moldova. As I said earlier, the elections were held on 28th of September 2025. Items 8 and 9 will be taken after this debate. The report approved yesterday by the Bureau will be presented by Mr. Chris Said, our colleague from Malta. Dear Chris, you have the floor for 5 minutes to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, incidentally, we are presenting this report about the Moldovan election here in Moldova, since Moldova started the presidency. So, dear colleagues, let me start with a simple question. What does it mean for a small, vulnerable country to organize elections with a war next door and a nuclear power doing everything it can to derail them? That was the reality of the parliamentary elections held in the Republic of Moldova on the 28th of September. Our report shows that these elections were genuinely competitive, voters had a real choice, and that election day itself was calm, orderly, and transparent. But it also shows something else. Moldova has just gone through one of the most heavily targeted elections in Europe, with Russia deploying a full spectrum of hybrid tools and failing to get the result it wanted. What did this interference look like in practice? We are not talking about a few anonymous posts on social media. We are talking about AI-generated disinformation, coordinated bot networks and troll farms designed to flood Moldovan voters with fear. Europe will destroy your values, NATO is coming, war will come to Moldova, etc. We are talking about crypto financed vote buying and cash-based bribery networks linked to fugitive oligarchs. We are talking about cyber attacks on state systems and on the Central Election Commission, about fake observers whose job was to confirm in advance that the elections would be fraudulent, and even about bomb threats at polling stations abroad in an attempt to intimidate the diaspora. No single instrument on its own would have been decisive, but together they created an atmosphere of pressure, confusion, and mistrust, and they clearly undermined the level playing field. At the same time, we must also look critically at the domestic side of the equation. The Moldovan authorities have strengthened their legal arsenal against electoral corruption, illicit financing, and foreign-influenced offences, and that is welcome. But many changes came late in the day, some even during the campaign. Parties were deregistered or candidates removed very close to election day on the basis of precautionary security assessments that were only partially transparent and very difficult to challenge in time. So I ask you, colleagues, how level is a playing field where foreign actors are trying to hack your democracy, while at the same time the rules are being adjusted as the game is being played? This is the dilemma Moldova faced. And yet, against this backdrop, something remarkable happened. For the first time, Moldovan institutions did not simply endure interference, but they fought back. Law enforcement, security services, and the Central Election Commission worked together. They dismantled some of the money laundering and vote-buying schemes. They disrupted plans for orchestrated protest and violence. They raised public awareness of disinformation. New structures, like the Strategic Communications Center and the Cybersecurity Agency, were not just on paper, but they were active. Because of this, Russia's grand strategy misfired. The crude Europe versus Russia narrative, meant to frighten people, was cleverly reframed by the authorities and by civil society into a positive pro-European choice. Plans to mobilize voters in Russia and Belarus largely fired. Only a few thousand people voted in Russia, despite inflated figures and manufactured queues. Massive protests prepared to contest the result simply did not materialize. The hybrid toolbox was heavy, but its political return was limited. And here we must pay tribute not only to institutions, but to the Moldovan people. Moldovians at home and in the diaspora refused to be treated as pawns. Over 1.5 million citizens went to the polls. In Western Europe alone, hundreds of thousands of Moldovans queued for hours, even in the face of bomb threats, to cast their ballots. Many did not necessarily vote out of enthusiasm for one party, but out of clear conviction. This is our country, and we will decide its future. This is why I want to say very clearly, the Moldovan nation has achieved something extraordinary. Under conditions that would have broken many democracies, it has preserved political stability and confirmed a European path. But a friend must also speak frankly. The victory of PAS and its allies is strong, but it is not unconditional. Many Moldovans voted with gritted teeth, not because they are in love with the government, but because they feared an alternative of corruption, capture, and geopolitical blackmail. The political landscape is very polarized. Those who are critical of the government must not all be branded as pro-Russian or enemies of the state. So I would put another question to us and to the Moldovan authorities. Can Moldova win the battle against foreign interference if at the same time it closes the door to genuine political competition? The answer, in my view, is a clear no. Democratic resilience requires not only strong security services and good laws, it requires pluralism, inclusiveness, and credible alternatives with a clear constitutional and European framework. Our recommendations therefore have two sides. On the one hand, we say continue to strengthen resilience, but do it within the Council of Europe standards. That means restoring legal certainty by avoiding late changes to electoral rules, using extreme measures like party bans and candidate ineligibility only as a last resort, based on clear evidence and subject to timely judicial review, tackling misuse of administrative resources and electoral corruption across the board, not selectively, improving transparency of campaign and online financing, and guaranteeing that voters from the left bank of Dnistru, the diaspora, women and persons with disabilities can exercise their rights without undue obstacles. On the other hand, we urge the new majority, and especially PAS and President Sandu, to use this momentum to open up, not to close down. They have a historic opportunity to anchor Moldova firmly in Europe, but also a great responsibility to create space for other pro-European forces to listen to criticism and to show that power can be exercised with restraint and respect for opponents. Fighting foreign interference must never become a shortcut to eliminate political rivals. Finally, we call on the European Union and other international partners to match Moldova's courage with long-term, even-handed support, investing in independent institutions, media and civil society, and translating the promise of EU integration into concrete benefits that citizens can feel. The 28 September elections show that a country once seen as fragile and captured can stand tall under intense hybrid attack and make a sovereign European choice. Our task as the Parliamentary Assembly is to help ensure that this achievement is protected, deepened, and shared. So, colleagues, I invite you to support the report and its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Chris. Now, the floor is open for colleagues who would like to raise questions or make some comments. And I encourage you to take the floor. Who would like to be the first one or the second? So, dear Chris, can you tell me the most difficult issue that you had to face while being here? I know about the foreign interference, but let me go to the landscape. What was the most difficult point? You know, I was a journalist. I can ask you for 1 hour questions if nobody else will. This is a threat to you. So
yes,
raise your nameplate.
I was fortunate to be here also for the presidential elections, so I had the opportunity to observe really well the issues that were put in front of us by the civil society, by the media, by the political parties. But I think one of the most pressing issues, besides the foreign interference, misinformation campaigns, etc., was the issue of the polling stations in the diaspora, but especially on the bank of the Dnistru River for the Moldovan citizens living in the Transnistria region to have the possibility to vote. And there was this issue, whether the number of polling stations was enough, the fact that the number of polling stations was reduced from the presidential elections to the parliamentary elections. I am speaking about the number of polling stations on the bank of the Dnistru River was done intentionally, or whether it was done on the basis of numbers, of the number of people that voted during the last 2-3 elections from the Transnistria region into these polling stations. So this was also another issue which I had the opportunity also to see firsthand, because on the election day, together with some of my colleagues, I went to these polling stations on the bank, and I can say that even there, the vote was orderly, calm, with a number of people voting with no queues at all.
As far as the so-called social media, many of you know that my opinion is that it is not media. Media is where we have professionals. Who alarmed you the most? NGOs, people in ballot stations, the government, the political groups, or colleagues from our assembly?
No, it was more from NGOs, especially over here. There is one NGO who's very active, who also produced very good reports, periodical reports, not one report, but periodical reports. It's Promolex, who also had many observers in the polling stations, but they did a lot of work in the months, and I say years before the election. And yes, they also mentioned this to us in a certain way, how the social media was being used to distribute misinformation campaigns about certain things, and how to combat this type of misinformation.
My last question, before I give the floor to Edith Estrella, did you notice any kind of hostility against the delegation, the observers of the Council of Europe?
Not at all. Not at all. We were received very well by all political parties, by the NGOs, by the authorities. Especially, we had very good communication with the Central Electoral Commission. All the meetings were very well attended, and we received good feedback, sometimes with opposing views, but this is normal in a democracy. So yes, we had a very good opportunity to observe very well the elections.
Thank you so much, Chris. This was the first group of 3 questions. Now we go to Edith Estrella for the next group. Edith.
Thank you very much, dear President. First of all, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur. I was member of the delegation, and I would like to say that these elections were competitive and offered citizens a genuine choice. We observed the professionalism and the commitment of election administrators across the country. And on the election day, procedures were generally well organized and no major irregularities were observed. Before the elections, during the debates with civil society, representative of media, and some experts, we noted concerns regarding the use of administrative resources. And of course about the disinformation and the campaign on social media and so on that we have already mentioned. I think it's good for Moldova and for our Assembly to ensure equal access to voting for all citizens of the Moldova. It should be the priority in the next elections. And I think, of course, you can improve the campaign and the good preparation of the elections. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Edith. Chris?
As Edith has said, yes, the use of administrative resources during the campaign was another issue which was mentioned to us during the pre-electoral meetings. There were complaints also to the Central Electoral Commission about this, which, as far as I know, were decided upon. I have to point out also that one of the matters that was constantly brought to our attention by NGOs, also media, and by the political parties in opposition was the composition of CEC, the Central Electoral Commission. And obviously they were always indicating to us that when there is a vote in the CEC, in the Central Electoral Commission, it's always a 6-3 in favor or 6-3 against, depending on the question in front of the CEC. So the current composition is of 6 members nominated by the government and 3 members nominated by the opposition or something on those lines, which various actors in the electoral field pointed out that this should be changed so that the Central Electoral Commission will be more neutral and not seen as 6 appointed by the government, 3 by the opposition. Although I must say that the work that was done and the work that we observed from the Central Electoral Commission was amazing. The training for the elections, the organizing of the elections, the way they combated certain threats, I think they did a really, really good job.
Thank you, Chris. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, would you like to comment on this issue?
When it comes to the CEC composition, it's prescribed by the law. The representatives of the opposition are there. And even if it was more neutral, I think accusations will always continue to be there in a political realm. But you rightly pointed out, and I can confirm that this is the most professional and independent Central Election Commission that we ever had, and this is evidenced by the decisions and by the way it carried and organized the elections. When it comes to the administrative resources, I can tell you from my own personal experience, I have been suspended from office for the duration of the campaign. I have not stepped foot in the ministry. I have driven myself in my own personal car, which my wife was not very happy about because she didn't have a car during the campaign, everywhere where I had to go. And the same is true about all of the other colleagues from the government who had to respect the law and suspend from office. There might have been a few small transgressions here and there when some folks attended certain events that had the government labeled there, but these are small things compared to what we witnessed before in Moldova and perhaps what we witness in some other countries where there is not real clear division between what are government resources and what are party resources. Here in Moldova we make a very clear distinction when it comes to that. When it comes to competitiveness of elections, in this chamber now we have 10 parties represented. In the last legislature there were 4. So in this current iteration of parliament we have a much more diverse representation, and the competitiveness in the elections, you were here to witness it. What a strong, competitive, democratic fight it was. But we also need to be aware, when you have a campaign in which one party, or in fact several parties, but I can speak on behalf of the majority party, was campaigning and sharing with citizens our agenda, our values, our plans, the leaflets that were printed in accordance with the law, and other parties were distributing cash, 100-euro bills. No matter how hard I tried to convince my fellow citizens about Moldova's European future and how we promote democracy and rule of law and women's rights and children's rights, if somebody else is coming and giving them 100 euros in an envelope, that's not a competitive playing field. And speaking of the process of central elections or the judges denying certain parties the right to be in an election. This is a very tough call, I would assume. I wouldn't want to be in the position of the CEC member of the judge that decides on that. But at the same time, when there is clear evidence of campaign corruption, and we've had last year an investigative journalist from the most prominent and reputable Moldovan newspaper infiltrate herself in this oligarchic group network and show the entire country and in fact the entire world how this group operates, how it's getting money from the Kremlin through banks, PSB Bank, on Telegram chats, and how they use crypto. So that was all evident. You had a choice. Either you stay idle and do nothing, and you allow the Kremlin to steal our democracy away from us, or you engage. The fact that our institutions took action, that was the only way forward, because the alternative is to end up with a situation where elections are validated and elections have been defrauded, have not been competitive, but they're already validated, and to act and to have any harsh measures after the elections is probably even more problematic. But the worst case scenario is to allow ourselves, under the best intentions, for our enemies, let's not sugarcoat it. The Kremlin is clearly an enemy of democracy. To use the democratic means that we are lucky to have to take democracy away from us. And that is what members of the Venice Commission were telling us, that we don't only have the right, we have the obligation to defend democracy. But of course, how you do it is key, and not use this as a pretext, as excuse to go overboard. And when it comes to the residents of the Transnistrian region of the Republic of Moldova, the number of polling stations and the amount of ballots that was provided most of those ballots remained unused. And like you pointed out, there were no queues, things were orderly, things were organized well. The same is true for the polling stations in Moscow, which I must admit I myself was surprised that out of 10,000 ballots, only 4,000 were used and 6,000 remained unused for all the outcry and criticism that we received from our pro-Russian opposition. So the elections were genuinely competitive, democratic, and don't take my word for it. We can look at the international rankings of democracy, human rights, media freedom. Moldova is doing better than most of the EU candidate countries, and dare I say, better than some EU member states.
Thank you. Before I give the floor to Chris for his last comments, I would like to pass the floor to our Secretary General of the Assembly, Mrs. Hadjivasiliou. Despina.
Yes, thank you, President. It was only to remind the members and inform the Deputy Prime Minister and President of Parliament that we had actually even foreseen for the first time an out-of-country voting exercise. It was meant to be a test, and the idea was that exactly diaspora vote can be very decisive and determinant, which was actually the case. So the only reason that this didn't take place finally is because the short notice was really too short for members to be able to do it. But I think it's useful to know that this test exists and it will be put into place for the next possible election. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Despina. Chris, you can add a few words if you want.
So, thank you, President. No, I would like to thank all the members of the delegation, because they really did a very good job. We were a very good team. We cooperated really well, and here I would like also to thank the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, the European Parliament, the representatives of the European Parliament, other, but a special thanks also to the Council of Europe's office here in Moldova, Falklang, Sergiu, and the Swiss office here in Moldova that also cooperated really well with our delegation. I think this was a very good experience, seeing a small country. I'm coming from one of the smallest countries in Europe, Malta, but seeing Moldova, another small country, which incidentally took the presidency of the Council of Europe from Malta. We have just finished our presidency. Seeing such a small country withstanding all the attacks it had during the election, being resilient and having this result. Obviously, as I said, and as you said, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, we are being honest in our conclusions and trying not to criticize, but to pinpoint where you could do better. You did really well. You replied really well to the threats that you had, and I think that you did excellent to reply to what happened during the presidential elections 1 year ago, and to reply to the threats or to what happened during the presidential elections in such a short time till the parliamentary elections. But there is still room for improvement, and I am sure that you will take the recommendations that we put in our report, so that for the next elections these will also be remedied. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Chris. And now, dear colleagues, we have reached the end of this. I will now take the advantage of the presence of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Speaker, of course, to ask all of you to have a family photo. The photo will be taken in this room. I will invite all members to come closer so that the photographer will take this picture.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats so that we can start our meeting, continue our meeting. I know that it's difficult to come back from the coffee break, but still we have a schedule. Yes. So, dear colleagues, let's continue our meeting. At its meeting yesterday, the Bureau drew up the preliminary draft agenda for the forthcoming Assembly part session. Rule 27.4 of the Assembly's Rules of Procedure stipulates that the draft agenda shall be submitted where possible to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee is invited to take note of the draft agenda. The next item on our agenda is references to committees. Document AS per 2025-06 contains the proposals which the Bureau made yesterday. The Standing Committee is invited to ratify the proposals made by the Bureau. Are there any objections? I do not see any objections, so let's move to our next item. We now come to the consideration of the report on preventing and combating gender discrimination in health. The rapporteur of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, Ms. Camila Fabricius, is here with us to present her report. Ms. Fabricius, you have a total of 10 minutes, of which indicatively 7 minutes to introduce the debate and 3 minutes to reply at the end of the debate. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much. Dear President, dear members and dear colleagues, it's an honor and a privilege to be with you here today to present my report of preventing and combating gender discrimination in health, a matter ignored too long by public authorities in Council of Europe's member states. This is why I wanted to work on this topic. With a view to shedding light on it and calling for action. I have decided to focus on women, and their health has been ignored for years, and also on LGBTI persons. Gender discrimination in health is indeed widespread and occurs in all councils of Europe's member states. Gender discrimination in health is a human rights issue. It's a question of unequal treatment. It reflects gender discrimination in society. Gender discrimination in health amplified by intersectional forms of discrimination related to disabilities, age, origin, sexual orientation, sex characteristics, social status, and religion. It has been multiple long-time consequence of health status and beyond. What the first came into the light with my research was the lack of research and the gender bias. Health participation and researchers has gender bias. They will not necessarily take a gender dimension into consideration in their work and assessment on the status of a patient. This can have consequences on health condition. Gender bias can lead to misdiagnosis and lack of treatment. There's also a pain bias. Women's pain, as example, has been minimized by many practitioners. The pain is not heard and not believed, therefore not treated. Diseases like endometriosis take average to 7 to 10 years to be diagnosed, although women with endometriosis experience intensive pain. To this day, no treatment has been found to help with the pain coming from endometriosis, and the sickness has never been and the treatment for the disease has not been found. For years, clinical trials for new medicine has focused mostly on men, not taking into account of specific characteristics of needs of women. Cis men were considered to the norm of medical research, and treatments was designed for them, not for women. there has been an under-representation of women in health research and an under-investment of research for women's health. Autism has been, was for a long thought affected only as men, and therefore not detected from female patients. The treatment protocol should take into account to needs and specific for all genders. And how can this be achieved? We have to invest in gender sensitivity health research and treatments. We have to invest in gender awareness and training for health practitioners. Adopting Republic policies, recognizing the gender gap in health and calling for concrete actions. And we need to carry on our education and awareness raising campaigns. Investment in women's health and in health of LGBTI persons combating gender discrimination in health has not only moral and social benefits, it also have economic ones. Another dimension in my work consisting sexual and reproductive health care. Person who seeks such as may face questions, judgments and intention to control their choices and intention. Access to sexual and reproductive health care must be granted it all. It is vital to ensure that all generations has access to informed about sexual and reproductive health and the rights so they can be in a position to make informed choices. Sexist and gender-based violence has also been reported in the health sector regarding a relation between patients and health professionals, among health professionals themselves. Under the hashtag #MeTooHealth, the social media has helped collecting testimonies of violence to bring to public notice and the gender-based violence and discrimination widespread in the health sector. I'm convinced that the general practitioner has played a crucial role in detecting violence and providing support to the survivors. Health practitioners can help a leading role in preventing gender discrimination, and health professionals I met with have stressed the importance of training and persisting difficulties in training medical staff and gender topics. In my view, health professionals also play a crucial role in providing support to LGBTI persons. However, GLBTI persons are still victims of discrimination and experience challenge in access to health care. We should not forget the risk also arise in increasing use to artificial intelligence in health settings. AI system may simply produce human gender bias and minimize women's pain, basing the diagnostics on perversion needs, rather than needs expressed by women. And I can see my time is now ending, and I have so much more to see, but this has been a very great written this report, and I have so much support. And I want to thank you, my colleagues, because they have contributed to this report. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rapporteur. The floor is now open for the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? So, Mrs. Cluid, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the reporter for this really important and underlighted problem in our healthcare sector. I wanted to ask, did you find any different strategies in different countries on how to help women get a better position in the healthcare system?
Thank you, Madam Cluid, and the next speaker will be Madam Lakovic. Please, Madam.
Thank you very much, dear Chair, dear colleagues. Thank you to the reporter for her important and brave work. This report clearly shows that the problem in women's health is not small. It's serious and we must act. Gender inequality in health is real. Millions of women across Europe still have their pain ignored, their symptoms taken less serious, and their illness discovered too late. Many disasters that affect women are still researched less, understood less, and treated later than those affect men. Women are also missing from many clinical studies, so their real needs are not recognized. For too long, medicine has been based mainly on the male body. Because of that, many women fall through the crack of a system that was not created with them in mind. This leads to preventable suffering and health gaps that no modern society should accept. This resolution also reminds us that gender stereotypes still exist in our health systems. To change this, we need political will, education, better guidelines, and investment. The report gives us clean steps steps we can follow. I also welcome that the report recognizes the challenges faced by LGBT people in healthcare. Discrimination, stigma, and lack of knowledge affect many groups, and we must take this seriously. Dear colleagues, supporting this resolution means support scientists and human dignity. Equal access to health is not a privilege, it's a basic right. Our duty is to make sure that every woman in Europe is respected and treated based on fact, not stereotypes. For all these reasons, I strongly support this resolution and encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Lakovic, for your intervention. Does anyone else wish to take the floor? I see no one, so the speakers list is closed. Now I call Ms. Fabricius to reply to the debate. Ms. Fabricius, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your comments. I agree that we have a huge gap, and what Sasha Klintz asked me about is something we can see in the countries. No, there's no country in Europe who is doing a great work. Every country needs a whole plan for women's health. They need studies, and they need to see the health personnel all over Europe. But there is some lighting points. In Great Britain, there is a huge focus on women's menopause. In France, you can see the focus on endometriosis. In Norway, they have a research team about women's health, and in Denmark, my own country, we have just succeeded to have a huge amount money, millions, to make a science center, and we also have discussed with some of the great funds that they should support it. But we need to know that only 4% of all global funding to research in women's health is only 4%. 4% of all funding in health science is for women's diseases, and only 2%, and 2% of those are breast cancer. So every other diseases is only 2%. It's the same for men to get bald. So this is a gap, not only in Europe, it's a gap in globally, and that's also why I have discussed this with the special reports in UN. Dr. T, who has been a huge inspiring of women's health for the global. So we need a plan for all countries, but there's hope. We are standing together, and we can see that the McKinsey report says that if we do those, it's a huge economic reach to get women more healthy and also to get more funding. So thank you very much.
So, and now, in the absence of the chairperson of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, I would like to ask Sevilay Çelenk if she would like to take the floor as the third vice person and give us her views.
Thank you, Chair.
Sevilay.
Dear Ms. Fabricius, dear colleagues, it is an honor to speak on behalf of the Committee of Equality and Non-Discrimination on this very important report. Health is something that concerns all of us, regardless of our political belief or affiliations. Gender discrimination in health exists in most, if not all, Council of Europe member states. It's a serious issue that requires courageous political action and significant investment in research. The consequences of gender discrimination in health are profound. Diseases go undiagnosed and treatments are not developed because of this discrimination, even though half of the population is affected. Several taboos need to be lifted to make women's health and the health of LGBTI persons a true priority. I strongly believe that awareness-raising campaigns with strong, clear messages can start to change mindsets. But awareness alone is not enough. Health practitioners also need to be alert to unconscious gender bias, and we must ensure that there is no impunity for perpetrators of gender-based violence, no matter the sector in which they work. Our committee has held several hearings on preventing and combating gender discrimination in health. During these hearings, members exchanged ideas and best practices with key experts. Ms. Fabricius has been a very active and committed rapporteur. Her work has been recognized as groundbreaking. Today, we all have the opportunity to support a report that not only denounces gender discrimination and violence in healthcare, but also calls for immediate action with concrete recommendations. The committee strongly supports Ms. Fabricius' report and adopted the draft resolution in Malta this September. I sincerely hope that all of you will be able to vote in favor of this resolution. Do not miss this opportunity to support progress and meaningful change for the benefit of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, now we have reached the end of the debate. The debate is closed, and I would like to inform you that the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination presented the draft that we have discussed, the draft resolution, to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16286. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show your nameplates or hands. Those against? Abstentions? So the draft resolution contained in document 16286 is adopted unanimously as far as I understand. My congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. Item number 12, as you know, we have decided to hold a current affairs debate on citizens' mobilization in the defense of human rights and democracy, recent developments in Latvia. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome our invited guest, Mrs. Beata Ionait, Head of Policy and Advocacy of Marta Center in Riga, and Head Organizer of the mobilization in support of the Istanbul Convention. We are very pleased to have you address the Standing Committee, and without further ado, I first give the floor to Mr. Edmunds Sepuritis from Latvia as well to open the debate. Edmund, you have 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much for the floor. I'm here in the center, as it's not easy to always find. This should not be happening. This is what I told other parliamentarians in the debate last month before the final vote of withdrawing Latvia from the Istanbul Convention. And I had many reasons to say so. I can mention the fact that the decision to withdraw was fast-tracked, that it was never justified by facts, that the process of moving this law was condemned by the civil society, and ignoring countless letters from other parliaments and other officials that we received every hour as we debated the final motion. I quoted some of the chants and posters from the protest the night before. Betrayal was one of the main messages. And that is not how the work of the parliament should be described by thousands of young people and families that gather next to the parliament. This should not have happened, I said, but once all of that has happened, as the majority of parliament voted first to withdraw Latvia from the Istanbul Convention, and then, after moderation from the president, voted to pass this question to the next parliament instead. As all of that has happened, I invite you to shift our focus to those forces that managed to change the trajectory of my country. First, I want to thank for the reactions and urgency with which many of you voiced your opinions, from parliaments, from governments, and also from the President of our Assembly himself. These actions had a lot of impact, both in the walls of the Parliament and in society. And I thank you very much for all the contributions you made. And then I want to come back home. The actions of Latvian society were crucial in these days. Conventions, with all their significance, are rarely the subject that brings thousands to the streets. But Istanbul Convention has done that in Latvia. In the first large protest, it was 5,000 people. Then, in the second largest protest, more than 10,000 people, which is a very significant number in our country and in our protest culture. So what was their motivation? They were defending the convention. They were also defending the victims of domestic violence. Unfortunately, many of those participating had some stories that they had heard either from their family or from their relatives where this issue has been tragically present. They were also defending our European path and belonging to European values. Latvians were not allowed to participate in developing the European discourse on human rights, democracy and rule of law until regaining independence 35 years ago. Many leaders from the independence movement gave speeches that day at the protest. For them, it was unacceptable that anyone would once again try to put artificial walls between us and our European friends to separate our work and discussions on protecting human rights from the rest of Europe. And the crowd, many of them joining their first protest ever, agreed. There were artists creating thousands of posters with the same message, choirs singing with the crowd. There were companies coming to the protest together from their offices. And I thank all the organizations and individuals that set up the event. And Beata will probably tell more about how that actually came to place. They were providing a platform to voice people's frustrations with all of what said should not have happened. It demonstrated the strength of our civic infrastructure that we have built in these 35 years once that was allowed to happen. And I also want to stress one specific point, the significance of digital direct participation tools that made the voices of the people even harder to ignore. We have a unique, independently run public initiative tool that is recognized by the Parliament, where by collecting at least 10,000 verified signatures, the initiative is sent to the Parliament. In a few days before the final vote, the initiative not to withdraw from the convention received 10,000 votes. It was sent to the Parliament, but the signatures kept coming, and it reached 35,000 signatures, one of the highest counts ever for that short period. And then after the Parliament voted, in just a few days, a new initiative directed to the President to send the law back to the Parliament. Within just a few days, it received almost 70,000 signatures. It was 4% of our population, and just to contrast, it was 8% of those people who participated in the last parliamentary elections. This is by now the most popular initiative, despite the very short time frame these signatures had to be collected. And just short comment on countering disinformation. I think it helped, what helped was that many independent actors stated clearly from the very start that the disinformation about the convention is not true, and also that these stories have clear links to the narratives developed, spread, and financed by Russia in many European countries. And I could agree to what the Deputy Prime Minister said. I think the decision to act very clearly to counter that was one of those decisive things that helped people to understand what was happening. So to conclude, in Latvia we saw clearly how a strong civic society is a strong safeguard for human rights systems when it is threatened. The organizations and their infrastructure can provide hope when the situation seems hopeless and help people recognize and use their power together to stop recklessness. This is why all attacks that aim to weaken civil society are attacks on democracy itself. The fast mobilization of Latvian society in Riga, in regions, abroad, in many cities where the diaspora live, and also in the digital space, help to avoid a grave mistake. This fight has made us stronger to resist similar campaigns and political blunders in the future. And I wanted to thank everyone who helped in Latvia and across Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edmunds. And now we'll give the floor to the head of Marta Center in Riga, Mrs. Roberta Ionite. Ionite, okay. But if you, Madam Ionite, if you wish, you can speak from the rostrum or from a place, wherever you like.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies, I would not be exaggerating by saying that 2 weeks ago, on November 6th, we made history. It really doesn't happen often, and hasn't happened in decades, that Latvians, a reserved Nordic nation, would take to protest in numbers of 10 to 15,000 people. And it is an incredible honor as an activist to be here today and to speak not of the shameful vote of Latvia's parliament to withdraw from the Istanbul Convention, but rather on the resolve of our people, especially our youth, to stand up for our women, for human rights and for democratic values. The Marta Center has been an advocate for the Istanbul Convention since its very origins, and the road towards ratification in 2023 was long and complicated. It took years of dispelling myths, speaking to our policymakers, and even a fatal tragedy happening in Latvia for our country to finally put women's lives first and become party to this convention. As a specialized organization that helps victims, we understand firsthand that this convention is not just a formality. For many, it has been a lifeline. Since ratification, there have been more and faster policy changes and practical improvements for victim protection and prevention of violence than there had been in the past 20 years. Defining and punishing sexual harassment, introducing electronic monitoring of perpetrators, increasing penalties for threats, stalking, physical and emotional violence, for the first time creating a national action plan against violence. These are only some of the successes that followed when Latvia made this international commitment to prioritize battling gender-based violence. Considering that, when we heard the news at the end of September that there was a proposition in Parliament to withdraw from the convention, it came as a shock. There was absolutely nothing that would foreshadow such an abrupt and counter-directional policy shift, and the arguments used by the opposing members of Parliament were completely devoid of logic and factuality, and it was clear from the start that this was not a debate about ideology or even the convention itself, but rather a reckless move to emotionally divide our society and bolster individual political ambitions at the expense of not only victims of violence, but also our country's reputation as a democratic European nation. The mobilization happened immediately. I was in Romania at a conference at the time and instantly started writing a letter to members of parliament, highlighting the many benefits the convention has brought to Latvia. 2 days later, I received a call from a youth organization named Protests, who had initially contacted 14 different NGOs, organized the first call together, and made a WhatsApp group. And we immediately got to planning the first protest. And that one was held on October 2nd. We also immediately began a letter writing campaign to members of parliament from different civil society organizations, mobilized our international partners, and facilitated signature gathering against the withdrawal. I believe that this unity, for the first time in modern Latvian history, was our biggest strength. We saw that different civil society organizations that may not see eye to eye on other issues stood completely united in defense of the convention. We would never be able to achieve what we did if we were just doing it alone by ourselves as one NGO. The WhatsApp group, it kept growing, and we involved activists, artists, and experts one by one, and formed an incredible team where each person was contributing their unique skills. We worked in unison on all 4 protests, and the most recent one was the infamous protest named Let's Defend Mother Latvia, held on November 6th at the Dome Square. Social media played a key role in this mobilization. I personally have been public on social media for most of my life, and as someone who represents the Marta Center, Latvia's leading organization against gender-based violence, I had the unique privilege of being physically present in any room, committee meeting, or parliament sitting where the decisions were being made on this topic. So I did what I knew to do best. I spoke very openly and earnestly about what was happening in these meetings on TikTok and on Instagram through video format, and highlighted the decision-making process and procedure, which often was incredibly disrespectful towards experts and towards civil society, and very weak in its argumentation. I made it my mission to vocalize what is often left behind closed doors, and people started listening. It was not long until every video I uploaded got up to 200 to 300,000 views across platforms, and you could really feel a shift happening. With weeks passing, it became no longer just about the convention, but about where we are heading as a country. Are we heading towards populism and ignorance, or remaining on the course of human rights values? The convention became a hot topic at every dinner table. Celebrities and influencers started getting involved. Traditional media outlets, TV, radio, printed media, also understood their role in defending Mother Latvia. The protest was no longer something marginal, only reserved for the so-called liberal youth, but it had moved into the mainstream and had come to symbolize a broader societal awakening, a collective refusal to abandon the principles that underpin a democratic and inclusive nation. The protest itself was patriotic and emotional, with incredible speakers who stood at the helm of our independence movement in the 80s and 90s, with folk songs and singing our anthem together. Men, women, children, young and old, all peacefully standing side by side for our country and our women. Standing there and addressing those thousands was a feeling that I cannot put into words. It was also incredible that all of our efforts mobilized Latvians in other cities and our diaspora as well. There were protests held simultaneously in Tallinn, Vilnius, Tartu, Stockholm, Oslo, Helsinki, Berlin, Paris, Vienna, Brussels, The Hague, Madrid, London, and even in New York, Washington, and Minneapolis, and Toronto. So where does this leave us now, and what can Europe learn from our experience? Even before the protest finally happened, the president made the decision to not sign the law to withdraw from the convention, voted upon by 56 members of parliament. Over 70,000 signatures, as my colleague mentioned, were gathered in just 4 days, asking the president to not sign the law. That was our first big victory. Based on interviews and individual communication, you could truly sense fear and in some cases regret in the politicians who voted to withdraw. None of them ever expected this to blow up the way it did. It was unprecedented. In the days that followed, political parties reached a consensus to defer any further decisions regarding the convention to the next parliament, which will be elected in 2026. That was another victory for civil society. Finally, last Friday, the most recent party rating surfaced. The rating of the party that proposed the withdrawal increased, which was expected as they orchestrated the process very deliberately for a very particular audience of right-wing voters. However, the ratings clearly showed large losses for parties that had previously positioned themselves on the rational end of conservatism, but took the populist bait and voted against the convention. In contrast, ratings for the parties supporting the convention increased. This shift strongly indicates that the majority of Latvians who do not hold radical views and tend to be undecided rejected this political maneuver and stood in support of human rights-based governance. Unfortunately, there is also a darker side to this, and we as civil society and activists, as well as supporting politicians, are suffering the consequences of it all. I read unimaginable things, degrading comments in the hundreds every day, and even rape threats and death threats. Sadly, that is the price you pay when you dare to speak publicly and advocate for change, especially as a woman. There is also now a widespread attack on civil society as a whole. There are currently political debates around dissolving state funding for NGOs, sending audits onto organizations that help victims, and even organized scam calls to crisis centers and helplines, making our job increasingly more challenging. Yet, despite these pressures, we remain determined. The past months have shown that when society stands together, even the most disruptive political decisions can be met with dignity, courage, and a strong commitment to democratic values. Latvia's experience offers an important lesson for Europe. Investments in civic resilience, youth engagement, and ensuring transparent policymaking are not abstract goals. They are essential safeguards for human rights. We often hear that the youth is apolitical and they don't care. But that is until you show them through their platforms and in their language how politics affects them personally and in turn how they can affect politics. We didn't just mobilize protesters in Latvia. We awakened a new generation of voters. The months leading up to the election in Latvia will likely become even more turbulent, but we have already demonstrated what we are capable of. We have built a community and a movement that will stand with us regardless of the challenge at hand. And we will face the challenges ahead with resolve and with confidence in the values that unite us. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Beata. Dear colleagues, the debate is open, and I would like to give the floor first to the representatives of the political groups. Since Mr. Sepuritis has already spoken on behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens, I will give the floor to Georgios Stamatis on behalf of the EPP party. George.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to mention that the Istanbul Convention belongs to our legacy, and we have to protect this convention. And especially for the new generations, for the new members of our parliaments, for the new members of our parties that want to be a politician, the Istanbul Convention has to be a guide for against violence for women and girls, and guide for more democracy in our countries. And of course, I need to mention that the women of Latvia need our support after their fight against the legislation in the Latvian parliament. We have, as a parliamentarians, the duty to support not only the Latvian people, the Latvian protest, but also to encourage and to empower the Latvian authorities, the Latvian human rights defenders and civil society, and of course, we have to fight and to defend the voices, the free voices in the Latvian society. This convention is for every woman and girl something that we need as a society. They have to live free from the violence, and we must to give them the opportunity not only to not accept what happened in the last days in the Latvian political scene, but we have to find new leaders from civil society to protect the Istanbul Convention. And as a Greek, as a member of European People's Party, we don't have to accept for the future this kind of legislations in the other European countries, because our values is not negotiation, and Istanbul Convention belongs to our values. Thank you.
Thank you, George. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, Martin Graf. Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll speak German. My group is of the opinion that, of course, political will has to be generated on the spot in the country concerned, and we must watch out for political influence coming from outside, especially prior to elections, and in this case in Latvia. The Istanbul Convention is not supported by all countries at the moment, which are members of the Council of Europe. And therefore, there's a great need for discussion, because there's so many vague and unclear definitions and concepts which are always interpreted in different ways. I think this is just about a lack of information in certain respects, and this is something which will have to be overcome on a domestic level, I think. On the other hand, we also need to be careful when accusations are made with respect to this having been allegedly a campaign which came into Latvia from outside Latvia, that it was an external source, and that hasn't been said loud enough, I think, or at least not as loudly as some would have liked to have heard it. I think we'll see in the election campaign how these things develop and transpire, and we'll see how the Latvian people will ultimately decide. And I'd just like to warn everyone that too much influence from outside prior to elections in any country is cause for concern. Thank you.
Beatrice, on behalf of ALDE, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. I'm honored to be involved in this debate on behalf of the various political groups, and it's important for citizens to come together in order to defend the values which are important to us, and we have to exert pressure on the politicians who are responsible for the issues at hand and make sure that we create an environment in which human rights are respected and promoted. I think it's important to say that when social, societal, and democratic rights are being attacked, there can be civil mobilization on behalf of our electors and our societies. And an example of this is what happened in Latvia. The Istanbul Convention is a high-level political instrument which promotes the cause and the struggle of women, and this is something that we need not only to recognize but also to defend in this organization. This convention was generated by many reports from our assembly, and it is an efficient and appropriate way to fight against violence against women in a coordinated way. I think we can say that substantial progress has been made in countries such as mine, thanks to the Istanbul Convention. That has to do with victim protection against aggressors, information campaigns which have been developed about domestic violence and about the importance of consent, and protection of victims has also been improved. Our societies have to condemn every kind of violence, and therefore I think this convention is one that has saved and will continue to save lives. And the Istanbul Convention therefore is not something that is an issue of ideologies, but rather an issue of protection and prevention and justice. It's important for us to say how concerned we are about what is happening with respect to the Istanbul Convention, what this means for women in Europe and beyond. And therefore, we, as representatives of our organization, need to take a stance on this. Thank you.
On behalf of United European Left, it is Sevilay Seleng. Sevilay.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, what we are witnessing today in Latvia feels some of us like a troubling deja vu. The political targeting of the Istanbul Convention, the parliamentary debates over withdrawal, and the recent decision to postpone such a move closely echo earlier cycles we observed in Turkey, as well as episodically in Poland. Although Poland, Turkey, or Latvia are very different political and social contexts, the terminology, the narratives, and even the misconceptions mobilized against the convention are strikingly similar. The Istanbul Convention is one of the most significant international achievements in combating domestic violence and gender-based violence. For women in Turkey, its adoption in Istanbul in 2011 and Turkey's position as the first signatory were sources of immense pride. Yet, after years of orchestrated attacks, this protection was taken away, as grave reports and numerous civil society analyses note. The convention became a convenient political instrument, invoked not because it posed a genuine threat to family values, but because women's rights remain one of the most easily weaponized arenas in populist politics. The same pattern is now visible in Latvia. Claims that the convention promotes gender ideology mirror precisely the disinformation used in Turkey. In reality, the convention mentions gender identity only once. I wish it was more, in the context of non-discrimination. Turkey's experience after withdrawal should serve as a cautionary tale. While causality is complex, research by women's organizations and monitoring bodies indicates that withdrawal contributed to an environment of impunity and coincided with a rise in the severity of violence. Parliaments now have a responsibility to communicate clearly what the convention actually is, a life-saving human rights instrument, and to prevent the distortion for short-term political gains. The universal threat of gender-based violence demands not retreat but renewed commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sevilay. And I will now open the floor to colleagues. I have noted that Mr. Bulai was the first to ask the floor, and then it's Petra Bayer.
Thank you so much, President. It is extraordinary what has happened in Latvia in terms of reaction, and I congratulate you, Beata, for your work and determination and capacity to mobilize so many people, and I congratulate everyone being open to support you. But I just have to say that I'm very thankful for the support in terms of accepting this debate for the following group as we proposed it. Social Democrats supported, Christian Democrats support it, radical left support it, many individuals non-affiliated support it, so there is a great, fantastic majority in Europe understanding that convention, the Istanbul Convention, it's not a matter of ideological games, it's just a matter of saving human lives in Europe. And it's a very pragmatic engagement of the countries, not a matter of playground for fighting ideologies. Only that I wanted to mention, and great gratitude towards you and Despina for the great work of having this possible, because we should also take pride in echoing the protests that have been organized by the fantastic civil society in Latvia. And that's an example that we should not allow any member countries of this assembly, but mostly EU countries too, to have any withdrawal from this type of convention without a strong reaction from all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Julian. Petra Bayer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Beata. I also want to applaud you and thank you very much for sharing this experience. And I think that it really can be used as a blueprint for other opportunities. Also, thank you very much, Edmunds. He alerted us very, very early on what's going on. So also we were aware. And I really would have loved if the whole Council of Europe really would have spoken out at this moment and really be clear against these attempts to weaken the Istanbul Convention. I want to congratulate the courage and the civil society engagement that you were successful in halting these ideas full of populism and ignorance that would deprive simply people from their fundamental rights. And I want to applaud all those who resisted these ideas of populism and ignorance, but realized that our legal efforts, which in here are quite theoretically, really can be enforced into practice for the benefit of the people to protect women and girls from gender violence, from gender-based violence, and from domestic violence. And I really do not want to imagine what we would be debating now here today if you haven't been successful. We would mourn about a situation that not only the protection of women and girls would have been weakened, but also our credibility, the credibility of the whole Council of Europe and of the whole international law system and the rule of law would have been weakened, and that of course would be really a shame. And it would be, as Sibila already said, it would have been the second country, and that really would be maybe a start for something that we might not be able to hold later on. So at the same time as we celebrate this victory, we also have to be alerted, and I already shared that yesterday in the Bureau, but I will do it again. We should also be aware that in Cyprus there are some movements at the moment Cyprus will vote in May, April or May, and in spring next year, and there are some movements that try to misuse the Istanbul Convention and are now putting in their campaign the idea to kick out some women of the protection, trans women. And we know from a report of Beatrice Fresco-Rolfo that trans women are especially often focus and victim of gender-based violence, and I really want to criticize that very, very fundamentally, that populist movements use international law, use human rights of some people just for their campaigns, and take the risk that some could be left without any protection, and risk disadvantage for people enjoying the human rights, which doesn't bring anybody else an advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Madame Besaite, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gender equality and women's rights are fundamental pillars of our democratic struggle. Today, these core values are under direct attack from rising far-right extremism and anti-gender movement across Europe. Europe must become zero-tolerance zone for gender-based violence, physical, sexual, or psychological, online or offline. The populace has opposed gender equality and women's rights, particularly sexual and reproductive health and rights, as central part of its rhetoric and tactics to advance its sexist, nationalist, and racist agenda. Even Putin uses so-called traditional family values as tool for propaganda in order to justify his bloody war. Latvian parliament attempts to withdraw from Istanbul Convention indicates how vulnerable our democratic values are. Our discussion today comes with a broader agenda of the Council of Europe's commitment to equality and non-discrimination, including upcoming debates on gender-related issues. We should strongly support the strengthening of European mechanisms for combating discrimination, the implementation of Istanbul Convention principles, regardless of ratification status, greater cooperation among parliaments, the advancement of gender-equal policies across member states. Thank you.
So much, thank you. I see no other colleagues who have... okay, Lord Jones.
Thank you very much. Can I just begin what I'm going to say by asking colleagues to reconsider the use of the word populists. It implies that populists are popular, and they're not. They're a minority. Reactionary is a better word from my perspective, but I know it's a word it's coming to common usage, but not one that I like. I cannot understand why anybody would think that it would be to their electoral advantage to appear to ignore or condone violence against women. It is a sign that those people wish to support inadequate men who use violence against women. That's the word that I would use for them. There are those who say that this is a defense of traditional family values. Violence against women is not part of traditional family values. A healthy, functioning family is not one based on fear or violence. I was fortunate I didn't grow up in such a family. There are some who will have experience of it, but nobody could surely say that that is the sign of a normal family. And a society that condones or ignores violence against women is not a healthy, functioning society. So what I want to do is just to conclude by offering my admiration and support to what happened in Latvia. It shows that reactionary politics and reactionary movements can be defeated by the sheer will of the people. And that's something we should take heart in, that it is not inevitable that those forces will have their way over the next 5 to 10 years. So, Latvia, thank you very much for the work that you've done. I know that it's difficult. I know there are threats from people who I find difficult to find words to describe that are made to women online. Those threats are very rarely carried out. They're just words from people who think they're tough, and they are not. Well done for what happens. I'm sure that I speak for many in this room that it is surprising that we still have a situation where people think that we can revisit the issue of violence against women and go back 100 to 200 years as if that was the best time in history. It is not. So those are my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lord Jones. Octavia Moder.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. All I want to add is that, unfortunately, we can apparently no longer be certain that our common fundamental values will continue to be common values. So we need to be very vigilant and attentive and make sure when these things happen that we're not talking about an overall change in mentality, which goes against women in this case, but could also go against minorities in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Octavia. Edith Estrella.
Thank you very much, dear President. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to congratulate the guest speakers. and allow me to express, first of all, my pride that my country, Portugal, was the first country to ratify the Istanbul Convention. And it has been exemplary in adopting laws against gender-based violence and in welcoming, for instance, refugees from other countries. However, many Portuguese women continue to be murdered by their male or former partners. But I would like to draw your attention to the increasing violence on social media. On social media, women's human rights are not respected, as they are the primary victims of hate speech, insults, and humiliation. Since there is no appropriate legislation, everything happens on social media. I leave this warning and call for the adoption of laws to hold human rights crimes against women on social media. The European Parliament adopted the Digital Act Service, I think is this name. But the member states didn't approve it, didn't adopt it. So it's necessary because women are every day victims of violence in social media, and with artificial intelligence, things are now worse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edith. I see no other colleagues to ask the floor. So, since we have the privilege to have our Secretary General of the organization, Mr. Alain Berset, with us, I would like to ask him to share some thoughts with us. Dear Alain, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear President, dear Theodoros. Thank you very much for having this very important discussion now, because as you mentioned, and as we all know, the Istanbul Convention is a very extremely important convention. I'm not trying to make a ranking about conventions, but this convention has really a concrete impact, positive impact on the daily lives of people and citizens in our countries. And I just want to mention here that I experienced this also on first hand, being during 12 years a member of the government in Switzerland, because I was in charge of the signature, then the ratification with the parliament, and then the implementation. And I can tell you it changed a lot of things. We had the possibility also based on the convention to double the resources, the public resources addressing violence against women and girls, and it really made the difference in the countries. And I want also to mention this because at the same time we are noting that the evolution in a lot of member states is going in the wrong direction. It is growing. We have more and more violence against women and girls. It means that we are not doing enough at the moment, that we should also consider the possibility to do more, because once again it has really a concrete positive impacts, but not enough. The second element, I think this situation in Latvia was more than just a discussion on one convention in Latvia. And we should consider the whole context of this situation. It is a context of growing pressure on international law, on conventions, on multilateral organizations, and it is with, in this case, like in a lot of other comparable cases, no objective reason to do this. And I think we should also see this situation as a test against our societies. And it is larger than Latvia and larger than the Istanbul Convention. We had, in other contexts, other situations where we saw more or less the same forces in action, not to mention the Migration Pact years ago in Europe. It was not concerning directly the Council of Europe, but despite this fact, it was an important element. And it was clear that Latvia would be a possible field to make this test because of the recent adoption of the Istanbul Convention. I mean, we should really consider this before to continue the discussion and to see what it means next. You can imagine that with the Secretariat we have been in very close contact with the government in Latvia and with the President on this issue. And it was really interesting for me to see that it is not a situation that we see in a lot of different, that we see that often, to note that also all the reactions from the NGOs and from the public, in general, it is reaction and demonstration against the government, against the ruling party. Here it was not the case. All the signals I received was a strong support from the government for the Istanbul Convention, and also from the President. That means here it was something a bit special, a bit different. It was a reaction publicly with the NGO, and thank you for the presentation you made, against a coalition uniting, trying to make a majority of the parliament to have this impact about the withdrawal of the convention. I can also tell you that a few days before the last moment and the vote in the parliament, we took contact with the office of the President in Latvia, with the aim to have a contact and then to see how we can make sure at my level now that it is possible to have the best possible impact for Latvia and supporting Latvia and the Istanbul Convention and the government in this situation. And I understood in this contact that it was not seen as the best moment for me to have this contact with the President. I can also understand why. We have different roles to play with different institutions of the Council of Europe. It was probably because it was seen as a possible element with taking with it some risk, being instrumentalized exactly by the people wanting to have a majority for the withdrawal, with the risk in the very short term to have been addressed as, look, an international organization, the Secretary General, is telling us what we should do. And it was interesting, this element was also present in your debate this morning. That means I decided to remain calm on this, but always ready to support and to help to see what we can do. We have also had contacts and discussion with the Grevio. Grevio had an interesting visit exactly 2 days after the vote. And you can imagine that we strongly supported also this step, and we are waiting now to have the result of this visit. I just want to add 2 points. The first is about interferences, not only in elections, foreign interferences in election, and we are here in the country, and Chris said that before what it meant also for Moldova. It is not only concerning elections, it can also concern other elements of public discussion, and I think, I'm not sure, but it would be interesting to hear you about this, that these foreign interferences in this situation was also more or less present. When it is my interpretation, I'm not sure about this, but when I see how it was possible to have this majority uniting in the parliament against the convention, I had a strong feeling that it was not only a Latvian discussion, if I may say it so clear, and it underlined one more time the importance to work on this. That's why we continue to work on the possible convention on disinformation. We are at the very center of the discussion, and foreign interferences. And my very last point, also thanking you both for the first intervention, telling us how the things was made. The most important thing for me now, and it was, I'm missing a bit this discussion in this context now. It is from now, okay, we can speak about the past, the reaction, strong reaction from NGO and the public, that's very strong. Supporting government, I mean, it's interesting, but trying to, it was against the majority in the parliament. But from now, we have 1 year. I mean, Latvia has 1 year until the next election, the next discussion. And the question is, what can we do, what should we do from now? Not looking back, but looking forward. What should we do and what can we do to have the most strongest possible stability in this discussion, to make sure that we have not again, you know, in 1 year the same discussion with a possible withdrawal and maybe a difficult situation, more difficult situation for the president, for the authorities. And also to avoid, I mean, that even if we cannot predict the result of the elections next year for the parliament, that we see if it's possible to have more objective views on this convention, because as I feel the situation, nobody or very few people are telling that it is not the basics to fight against the violence against women and girls. Only very few people are still thinking that it is a private thing, private matter, and it is not concerning the society. And in this situation, where we have this huge support for the substance, we should also have a strong support for the convention. And it is a bit a pity that we are not having this at the moment, or seeing that it is developing, I think for all the reasons, not in a good situation, as I mentioned before. It is part of a more general context, and not only Latvia and not only the convention. So let us think maybe between the Secretariat, PACE and other institutions, what we can do, thanking and supporting what you did in the last month and weeks to make sure that we have the best possible situation now. But what we can do for the next month and few years, supporting Latvia, supporting the convention, other conventions at the same time, and avoiding or making impossible that this evolution continue to go in the wrong direction.
Dear Alain, I see that our guest, Mrs. Ionita, would like to take again the floor.
Yes, just a short comment on the question of what we can do in the future. Something that was very present in Latvia was that there weren't many discussions about whether violence is something you do or don't support. Everyone was very much against violence, but the problem was the misinformation and the lack of understanding of the different terms in the convention. So something that the Council of Europe could do is to work on explaining these terms, because we as NGOs have been speaking from every possible resource where we could, explaining the term gender, for example, that gender here refers to men and women, it refers to social norms, to stereotypes. It means that in simple language, if you are, for example, a woman who looks masculine and goes to a shelter, you will not get declined because you are a woman who looks masculine, or so on. It speaks about that, but it doesn't speak about. We've heard insane arguments, men going into women's showers and toilets because of the convention. Your kids will get taken away if you don't change their genders in kindergarten. The education system will be overflowing with gender ideology. So all of these things that actually have nothing to do with the convention itself, which these are these bizarre arguments, and that's something that we don't have the capacity and resources and the financial resources as well to keep fighting against, because these make no sense. So if the Council of Europe could more strongly explain these terms and their interpretation, that would be very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give now the floor to Edmund Sekpuritis for his final conclusions or comments.
Thank you, everyone, for your contributions. A few responses. First to Martin Graf and the Conservatives group on casting doubt whether the comments from other countries, from parliamentarians and governments and the Council of Europe, were they appropriate? In my view, I can say quite firmly that the majority of the Latvian society do take the sort of comments and interest of what is happening in our political circle very positively. For us, it is a privilege to be here as members of the Council of Europe, and that's not something we take for granted as all of our integration in European institutions, and that involves being part of those discussions, hearing the opinions, and yes, in many cases, protecting democracy and rules-based order from political blunders. That is, in my opinion, very positively seen in our society. On the larger point of disinformation and how to, basically what is the best course of action now once we've seen these past few months, yes, we do see that disinformation is the same in Turkey, in Poland, in Latvia, and in many other countries. So, and we have quite a lot of research of seeing where the funding for that has come from, what are the sort of anti-gender ideologies as a concept, and all of this alternative reality, how that has been built. I think that's something I also take from our case, that we can still be even stronger in more clearly linking that to Russian interference attempts. And of course, we can't have the same level of evidence as it would be asked in courts, that the narratives developed and then taken from other organizations show that that element of collaboration and perhaps special interests. Also, can't at this moment present you with evidence about these campaigns, although there are of course strong doubts. So I think the course of action is to just be a bit more brave in taking these stances, and perhaps even not having all of the evidence of this information, who's funding it, making these sort of opinions, comments, and making these links that we in this audience see quite clearly more visible also to society as a whole. And related to that, I think also the tools that we have for highlighting the disinformation and fact-checking, these could still be developed in order not to just state the facts, but also work on the communication to do that. You know, of course, the European Union and the Democracy Shield initiative is looking in that direction, and perhaps there is a way how, if we face organized disinformation campaign, we can still be, we have some initiatives, but we can still be better organized in our side in countering this disinformation. And just the last thing I quickly wanted to say about the Istanbul Convention is the legacy of this organization, which I strongly agree. I just wanted to share that moment in the protest when the crowd was chanting yes to the convention and no to violence. And that, of course, is a great achievement, that convention is not only effective, but also has become popular in a way that they can even be heard, that there can even be chants like that in the crowds of more than 10,000 people. And I think we have to celebrate that legacy.
I would like to add a few comments. Let us remember that domestic violence is included in this convention. And let us remember that after the COVID-19, we had an increase of domestic violence up to 32%, which is a very high percentage. And as far as the Latvian parliament is concerned, you all know that I have sent a letter to my colleague, the Speaker of the Latvian parliament, immediately. And I just want to remind, and this is what I have told to my letter, that the same parliament, last year, the same parliament has voted for the convention. So the convention, or the principles of the Council of Europe, it's not like the film Gone with the Wind. It is not like Scarlett O'Hara, who constantly adapts her behavior, loyalties, and even her principles and morals to whatever happens. The conventions are there to protect humanity. I want to thank you all for participating in a real interesting discussion. I want to thank especially the Secretary General and Berset, who stayed up to now with us. And I would like to tell you, dear colleagues, that we are going to interrupt now our meeting for the lunch break. As I'm informed, the buses are already here. They have arrived earlier. And they are going to take us to the restaurant where we can enjoy a buffet lunch. We will resume our meeting this afternoon at 2:30, and have in your mind that at 3:30 there is a round table on violence against women and the role of parliaments and parliamentarians in implementing the Council of Europe Istanbul Convention. So thank you all, bon appetit, and thanks to the interpreters as well. Dear colleagues, I always have complaints from colleagues who are coming from the UK that we don't start sharp. And I think that we could have the exception today, starting with a 2 minutes delay. So I want to welcome you back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. This afternoon we will debate 3 reports by the Rules Committee. We will start with the consideration of the report on identifying and managing conflicts of interest in the Parliamentary Assembly. The rapporteur of the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities, Mr. Sergei Vlasenko, is here with us to present his report. Sergei, you know, of course, that you have in total 10 minutes, of which indicatively 7 minutes to introduce the debate and 3 minutes to reply at the end of the debate. Of course, as always, you know that I'm more flexible. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. It's a pity, but I didn't join the lunch with you. But
I think you haven't tried the wine here.
Yeah.
So this is.
I will try to join the dinner.
This is my advice.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, talking about the report. Dear colleagues, we all know that we should manage and deal with the conflict of interest. First of all, I would like to say that this report and this resolution is of very common nature. It is not digging into the details. It is dealing only with several issues. Because we have that problem that some people during the Rules Committee try to put in that resolution some specific things. They may be good, they may be not, but that's not the place for them in this resolution. The resolution is dealing only with several things. First of all, with the definition of a conflict of interest. Because we dig into the best practices and we try to find the best definition for identifying the conflict of interest. The second issue the resolution is dealing with is that it proposes that the Assembly should have a clear guidance for identifying and managing the conflict of interest. Just a common thing, and I think and hope that this guidance should be very easy to understand. It could be updated and reviewed regularly based on the best practices of this Assembly. The third issue is that we name the officials who could give the members the confidential advice how to deal or manage with the conflict of interest. These 2 persons are the ethical officer of the Council of Europe and the Honorable Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly. I will stress your attention that confidential advice. And advice is not obligatory, and that will be confidential for you to understand where the conflict exists and how to manage it. And that's it. And also, we propose to simplify a little bit the text of the Code of Conduct. That are the 4 new issues we are dealing with in that resolution. I have a little bit more of time, and I will just use this time to deal with the amendments which were proposed to the draft resolution. Saying commonly, the 2/3 of these amendments are in line with the report, but the devil is in details, and I have some questions to the wording of that. Not to the sense of the amendments, but to the wording of that. And being honest with you, I think that the right place for the majority of that amendments is not this resolution, but the guidance. The guidance will be revised and adopted by the Rules Committee during its meeting in Paris on 12th of December. And I think that the majority of the proposals which were proposed by the authors of the amendment will be reflected in the guidance. And for example, for sure, the professional expertise of previous professional experience shall not in itself constitute a conflict of interest, for sure. But the place for that is in guidance, because it is explaining the details. I agree with that. but it should be inside the guidance. The same situation is with the last amendment saying that advice is not binding. That advice is not binding by definition, because that's advice. It's up to you to decide whether to take this advice or not to take this advice. But if we need to clarify that in more strong words, we can do that in guidance. No problem with that. Absolutely no problem with that. Also, we have the second amendment saying about the persons who are the close connections. That's also a specific thing which should be in guidance. And in nowadays guidance, we have this list of the persons who consider to be the close connection to the member in the issue of the conflict of interest. I think we can do that. I could propose that compromise to the author of the amendments, that we can deal with that in the guidance. And that will be the right place, that will be a right wording, and we will decide, and I hope we will find a solution over there. That's why saying strictly and openly, from the philosophical perspective, I support the amendments, but from the technical thing, I should say that I'm against a little bit. So I will save you some 2 minutes, and maybe it will be helpful for the Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Sergei. And now the floor is open for the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? Yes, Martin. Mr. Graf.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will speak in German. Ja, ich bin sehr...
Yeah, we are very happy indeed when the rapporteur avoids the idea of going hand in hand or going along the lines of those particular amendments. Now, he mentioned, Sergei, did you say that you're in favor of this, or that you accept this particular amendment, or only parts of the amendment, or some of the amendments, or are you in favor of some sort of compromise? Perhaps briefly you could explain this to us. In other words, what sort of orientation you're adopting on this. Because if you're in favor of it, then we'll be, in a speedy fashion, we'll be able to simply vote on this particular report. But I think we need a little bit of precision or clarity with regard to what the approach is concerning this particular text, because the text itself can be interpreted in different fashions. Do you think it ought to remain as it is, or otherwise? So I think indeed that there are different possibilities for interpretation of the text, and this is something that we ought to take into consideration, and we ought to, make sure that that doesn't happen. Thank you.
Yeah. Who else would like to take the floor? So it looks that it can be a dialogue between Martin and Sergei. Sergei, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to answer briefly, but very precisely. I'm in favor of the ideology of the amendments. The ideology is very correct and right, but the wording of the amendment and the place where the amendment are proposed to be inserted is not correct. As you've mentioned, the resolution is very wide and it could be interpreted. For the interpretation of the resolution, we propose to adopt the guidance. The guidance will be adopted by the Rules Committee on the 12th of December. And in the guidance, we should put parts of that amendment, because that will be the right place. We shouldn't overload the resolution with the details, because the resolution is not about the details. We had totally the same discussion during the committee meeting, because some of my colleagues during the committee meetings also proposed some specific things. But this resolution is not a right place where these things should be inserted. We should insert them into the guidance. And we are ready to accept 2/3 of the proposals which are in the amendments. I think the mostly discussable will be the amendment number 3. It will be mostly discussable, but amendment number 1, 2, as for me 4 is okay, it will be much more easily to implement them. So my proposal as a compromise is not to discuss the amendments right now, because I will be obliged to say that I'm against, but we could discuss them during the adoption of the guidance. And it will be the right time, it will be the right place where to discuss it and to put inside the guidance, but not the resolution. I think I answered your question.
Thank you, Sergei. Is anybody else who would like to take the floor on this? Martin. I predicted that.
Sergei.
Well, President, so I have great trust, but it's not limitless. And at this particular point, I simply wanted to mention that because in the explanation and the guidance, there is a possibility, but it's not something that's not been voted on in the text. So I think we have to be clear about that particular issue. So in committee, when we discuss this particular text, we have to ask procedurally, how is all of this going to be done? The desired amendments, the clarification of those amendments or explanation of them involves also something will come out of all of that. That's the issue here. So if we vote on this particular proposal, on this particular report, then this report will, without any guidance, be adopted. So the question is, when are we going to discuss this, or is there going to be an opportunity to present any issues? Thank you.
So, Martin, let me tell you, first of all, that there is a technical issue because Elisabetta, who is the mover of the amendments, is not here. If you are going to support the amendments, of course, they will be discussed, and then we are going to vote on them. But this is an issue that will come later, not much later, but in the few next minutes. So, if none of colleagues wants to take the floor and comment or say an opinion on that, we are going now to the second part. Sorry. Octavia?
Sorry, I just wanted to state that I think what the rapporteur has proposed is very reasonable, and that would find my accord, and I think we have his word that he will raise in this direction into the next Committee of Rules.
Thank you. So now I will give again the floor to Mr. Vlasenko to reply to the debate, and then the chairperson of the committee. Sergei.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I will say it once more, that I agree with you that the resolution is common because it is dealing with the definition, it is dealing with the implementing of the person whom we could ask for advice, and so on. Yes, and especially because we need the implementation of this resolution and we need the clarification of this resolution. Also, in this resolution, we propose that the Assembly should have a guidance. The guidance is a document with the concrete rules saying that this is this, this is this, and this is this. Easy. That's why the issues proposed by the amendments are specific ones. They should be reflected, for sure, but not in the resolution, but in the guidance. That's the only thing I would like to say to you. That's the only thing. I think that we will find the compromise about discussing the amendments when we will be discussing guidance. Because, for example, let's take amendment number 1. Professional expertise or previous professional experience shall not in itself constitute a conflict of interest unless a direct or specific personal benefit related to the subject.
I have to interrupt you because, okay, you can use, of course, your time and say your argument, but if we are to enter the amendments and speak for or against the amendments, it's the procedure just after Mr. Evstathio will take the floor.
Thank you, President.
If you want to give your argument now, it's okay. I'm not going to.
I just like to say that this amendment consists of 2 parts. I agree with the first one, but I disagree with the second one. Because we have an example. For example, you are a lawyer and you have a report dealing with your law firm. and you will have no direct benefits of that. But your law firm will benefit. So we should find a good wording. The idea is good, the wording is bad, and not in this place. That's why I'm not going to discuss any other amendments. I will do it when the right procedure will be in place. I just would like to show you my approach. That's it. That's why I'm saying this resolution is not the right place for these amendments. We should put it into the guidance. And yes, we should discuss a correct wording and find correct words how to deal with the amendment. That's it. Thank you. I finish a little bit earlier.
Sorry, what did you say? At the end, I was talking to Despina.
No, I said, thank you, Mr. President. I finished a little bit earlier.
You are always welcome. So keep your time for the next session in January. I'll tell to the next president to give you some more time. So now we have Kostis Evstathiou, the chairperson of the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities. Kostis,
thank you.
Would you like
thank
to
you, dear President. Dear colleagues, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur, Sergei Vlasenko, on his work on this important issue for the functioning of our Assembly, and personally I agree with him on the tabled amendments, although the Rules Committee did not have the chance to deal with them. The rapporteur's excellent work follows on from the report by Frank Schwab, Respect of the Rule of Law and the Fight Against Corruption within the Council of Europe, which the Assembly adopted earlier this year. Sergei Vlasenko's work in this report builds on this by providing actual, perceived, and much needed clarity for members on how to identify and manage interests and potentially conflicts of interest within the Parliamentary Assembly. Needless to say that adequate systems for identifying and managing interest is essential for the credibility and public trust in the work of the Assembly and of our democratic systems. It is also important to provide members with such clarity so that when we come together to work within the Assembly, we share a common understanding of our standards of conduct in our work here. On a related theme, the Rules Committee met last just week in Limassol, Cyprus. We continue to discuss on the important issue of strengthening parliamentary ethics and integrity systems within our national parliaments. This report is therefore timely, as it is equally important that we have adequate ethics and integrity systems within the Parliamentary Assembly as within our national parliaments. This report was adopted by the Rules Committee unanimously. I welcome the rapporteur's work, not only in this report, but also in his ongoing work on topic as General Rapporteur on Ethical Standards and Anti-Corruption, which will facilitate the Assembly's continued focus on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kostis. Dear colleagues, the debate is closed. The Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities presented a draft resolution to which 4 amendments have been tabled. After the Sergei's and Martin's dialogue, I think that we have all digested that there are amendments. So, we will take the amendments in the order they appear in the compendium of amendments. During the votes, to facilitate the vote counting, may I please once again ask you to keep your hands or name plates up as long as the count is underway. If need be, in accordance with the rules of procedure, I may call a vote by standing up instead of a vote by show of hands. We start with amendment number 1. Since Elisabetta is not here, who's the mover, I would ask a colleague who would like to support to present the amendment. Otherwise, if no one will present, will you do, Martin? Okay, Mr. Graf.
Ja, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren.
Ladies and gentlemen, so it involves clarification, creating something that's a little bit more clear and precise concerning professional expertise. I think this is too narrow, or we feel that it's too narrow, this particular depiction as it is in the report. And we would like for professional expertise. We don't want to exclude it. And we would simply like for it to be a little bit clearer, a little bit more precise as far as what that is. Thank you.
Martin, does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? The Rules Committee could not take position on the amendment, so I put the Amendment 1 to the vote. Sorry, Sergei, you want to speak against?
I want to express my position as a rapporteur on that issue. Yes, technically speaking, I am against, especially against the second part of the amendment, saying that only a direct benefits should be a criteria for that. I give you an example. When you are a rapporteur on the issue dealing with your law firm, you have no direct benefits, but everybody understands that that's a direct conflict of interest. So we should find a good wording, and I think that we clarify that in the guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'll put the amendment to the vote, the Amendment 1. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? Amendment 1 is rejected. We come to Amendment 2. I give the floor to Martin Graf to present Amendment 2. Martin.
Ja, danke. Auch in
Yes, very briefly. So the particular concerned family, that it ought to be close friends and family. Once again, close friends, once again, this requires a bit of further explanation or interpretation, and family is, of course, one has to question how far or how much family or to what extent family. So one has to explain what one means. Once again, we call for greater precision as far as the terms that are used and what they mean, particularly as involves close friends and family members, those two terms.
Speak against the amendment. Yes, again.
As I've mentioned, this list is in the draft guidance, and it will be adopted during the Rules Committee, and you could participate in discussion and how it should be wide or narrow. I think we could find a compromise over there. And the right place for that amendment is in the guidance. Thank you.
So you mean the definition is postponed to the Rules Committee?
We already today have the guidance, and we already have the names of these people already. We already have it. So that's the authority of the Rules Committee to deal with that.
Okay. The Rules Committee could not take position on the amendment, and I will now put the Amendment 2 to the vote. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? So Amendment 2 is rejected. We come to Amendment 3. I will give the floor to Martin Graf to present the amendment. Martin.
Ja, hier geht es.
Well, here, this involves the conflict of interest. And once again, we feel that it has to be, further light has to be shed on this particular term. So there are different criteria that have to be fulfilled. They have to be something that can be proved or clarified. Once again, we feel that the terms used are too narrow as well, that the criteria have to be further clarified as concerns this issue of perceived or potential. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Sergei?
Yes, thank you. The argumentation is the same. The lighter for that is a guidance, and that will be in the guidance. Thank you.
The Rules Committee could not take position on the amendment, and I will put now the Amendment 3 to the vote. All those in favor, please show. Those in favor, Martin. Good. Minorities must be respected. Those against? Abstentions? So Amendment 3 is rejected. We come to Amendment 4, and I give the floor to Martin Graf to present the amendment.
Ja, hier geht es auch die
once again, it's an issue of the quality of the Europe ethics officer, and whether there's a free mandate or whether this ought to be somebody that with a limited political mandate or a legitimate decision-making autonomy. And all of this has to be made a little bit clearer and more precise. Thank you.
To speak against? Sergei?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The main idea of the amendment is that the advice is not binding, but the advice is not binding by the definition. That's the first thing. And tabling this amendment, you even forgot the word confidential. So if you will adopt that, the advice will be not confidential, and so on and so on and so on. We are in line with that. The resolution is in line with that. And the guidance will be in line with that. Thank you.
The Rules Committee could not take position on the amendment, and I will now put Amendment 4 to the vote. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? Amendment 4 is rejected. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16287. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? Abstentions. Okay. The draft resolution contained in document 16287 is adopted unanimously. Congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. And to those who dare to go against.
Et félicitations à ceux qui ont osé aller contre. Nous passons maintenant à la modification de certaines dispositions du règlement de l'Assemblée, document 16-292 et amendements. Nous allons maintenant examiner le rapport sur la modification de certaines dispositions du règlement de l'Assemblée présenté par Victoria Tiblom de la Commission du règlement, qui est là pour nous présenter le rapport. Et Victoria, vous disposez de 10 minutes au total, 7 pour l'introduction du débat et 3 pour répliquer au débat. Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, bonjour à toutes et à tous. L'Assemblée doit régulièrement mettre à jour son règlement pour être sûr qu'il répond aux besoins actuels de l'Assemblée. Ce projet de résolution porte sur 3 propositions clés. Tout d'abord, l'Assemblée doit répondre aux exigences de la résolution 2394 de 2021, le rapport TRIS sur la représentation de genre à l'Assemblée parlementaire, où l'Assemblée s'est engagée officiellement à augmenter la représentation de chacun des sexes dans les délégations à 40% à partir de janvier 2026. Les femmes représentent à peu près la moitié de la population européenne et il est important que les femmes soient également représentées dans nos délibérations au niveau européen. D'ailleurs, à l'UIP, dont tous nos parlements sont membres, le règlement exige des délégations qu'elles cherchent à atteindre la représentation égale entre les sexes. En mettant en œuvre cet engagement officiel de l'Assemblée, le projet de résolution propose que l'Assemblée adopte une approche cohérente dans toutes ses dispositions sur la représentation des hommes et des femmes, tout en reconnaissant que pour certaines dispositions, des termes tels que vise à ou fasse tous les efforts possibles pourraient être plus appropriés. Nous ne manquons pas d'excellentes femmes politiques dans cette Assemblée et par conséquent, je considère que ces objectifs sont à la fois valables et atteignables. Deuxièmement, un certain nombre d'amendements techniques ont été nécessaires suite à l'expulsion de la Fédération de Russie du Conseil de l'Europe, ainsi que des modifications techniques pratiques afin de mieux refléter les pratiques actuelles en ce qui concerne le droit des membres à s'exprimer dans les réunions des commissions dont ils ne sont pas membres et le droit des membres de délégations, d'invités spéciaux, d'observateurs ou de partenaires pour la démocratie qui peuvent assister à des réunions de commission. Troisièmement, il a été noté qu'il y a un déséquilibre dans la charge de travail et les mandats des commissions. Par exemple, la commission des migrations, des réfugiés, des personnes déplacées a un mandat extrêmement restreint par rapport à celui de d'autres commissions. Afin de mieux équilibrer la charge de travail entre les commissions et leur secrétariat, il est donc proposé de changer le titre de cette commission, qui va désormais s'appeler Commission des migrations, de la protection internationale et de la coopération économique. La commission conserverait son mandat existant, mais aurait également la responsabilité de traiter des questions relevant de la coopération économique et du développement et pourrait préparer des rapports sur les activités de l'OCDE, de la Banque européenne pour la reconstruction et le développement, la BERD, ainsi que la Banque de développement du Conseil de l'Europe. Quatrièmement, suite à un débat au comité présidentiel, celui-ci a considéré qu'il serait souhaitable d'harmoniser l'approche par rapport à la présence ex officio des présidents des groupes politiques dans les commissions et espère que cela puisse être fait dans le contexte du présent rapport. La commission du règlement a donc adopté la semaine dernière à l'unanimité un amendement au rapport visant à amender l'article 19.6 pour élargir le nombre de commissions où les présidents des groupes politiques sont membres ex officio. Donc les commissions concernées sont la commission des affaires sociales, de la santé et du développement durable, la commission des migrations, des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées, la commission de la culture, des sciences, de l'éducation et des médias et la commission sur l'égalité et la non-discrimination. Enfin, je remercie les membres de la commission pour leur contribution profonde et constructive à mon travail. Je remercie également le secrétaire général de l'Assemblée parlementaire. Ceci nous a aidés à vous proposer un certain nombre de dispositions parfaitement équilibrées. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Merci. Merci Victoria. J'ouvre le débat. Qui souhaite s'exprimer? Saskia Cloyd. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais remercier la rapporteure pour ce travail approfondi. Mais je dois vous dire, en tant que présidente de la commission suisse mentionnée, j'étais surprise qu'on nous propose d'ajouter la question de la coopération économique à la question des migrations. Si nous voyons la charte sociale et le développement économique et social, c'est un travail qui doit se faire sur la collaboration, sur la base de la coopération économique. Alors, je comprends pourquoi on veut nous transférer ces compétences, mais je pense que la Commission peut continuer à travailler avec l'OCDE, avec la Banque du développement et travailler sur les sujets de la collaboration économique. Sinon, il sera impossible pour cette Commission d'atteindre ses objectifs. Merci Saskia. Qui d'autre souhaite s'exprimer sur ce point? Martin, Monsieur Graf.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, ja,
Yes, well, fundamentally, I'm happy that only two gender are recognized, although in the text there appear to be many more. But one ought to think whether if it's consistent here and if it's precise enough. But simply an example I'd like to present to you. When de facto, when we speak about 50% quotas, 50% for men, for example, and then in the text we see that, just point 8, that the that with the delegate, with it just was mentioned by the Austrian delegation, that simply will not be possible, because if Mr. Chişinău is excluded, then he'll be replaced by a woman. That's absolutely fine, but then quite clearly we won't be following that particular minimum of numbers of men and women as representatives. So we will not be forced, we will not be adhering to what the content of the text prescribes. In other words, we'd have 4 women and 2 men in this particular. It's not that I want to block that, but the reason is that I simply want to present to you an example that not all rules that people fix with some sort of established point, that it's not always reasonable or possible to adhere to it. So certain delegations or certain national parliaments might have great difficulties in fulfilling all of this, because they'll send people that have a particular interest in the particular issue, in the interest of all of this. But it won't be that. They'll be sent here because some sort of quota has to be adhered to. And that's why these particular amendments, as concerns the quotas, well, our approach is negative, a minus, in other words, and in reference to that 40%. Now, with regard to the amendments on the, in view of Russia's departure, I think on the whole, one will have to revisit this and improve it to a certain extent. Up until now, or as it states right now, as it is right now, rather, we would have to reject it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, chère Martine. Qui d'autre souhaite intervenir? Monsieur Goulay, pour la DLE. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie la rapporteure. Moi, je n'étais pas du tout au courant du fait que nous étions ex officio membres de toutes ces commissions. Alors voilà, on aura encore plus de travail et je le ferai avec plaisir. Mais mon seul commentaire est le suivant. Puisque nous sommes déjà présents dans 5 ou 6 commissions, et c'est très bien, hein, mais il faut nous comprendre si nous ne pouvons pas être présents simultanément à toutes les réunions de toutes les commissions, parce que ce n'est humainement pas possible. Mais en tout cas, merci d'avoir pensé à nous, et c'est une bonne occasion de nous donner encore plus de travail. Merci, Gillian. Octavia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can only say that I congratulate the rapporteur on her report. I'm pleased, I have to say, that, let me just rephrase that, says the speaker. I'm pleased that we're being led in the direction of having a balanced participation for men and women in the individual delegations. And as a small country, we never had a problem with having half of our delegation members be women and the other half be men. We always appointed them like that. Thank you.
Octavia.
Merci, Octavia. Y a-t-il d'autres interventions? Si ce n'est pas le cas, je me tourne vers Victoria pour que vous répondiez au débat. Vous avez 3 minutes. Merci, Monsieur le Président. En ce qui concerne la représentation des genres, nous espérons que cela ne posera pas de problème aux pays membres. Nous savons qu'il y a des femmes dans certaines délégations qui ne viennent pas au Conseil, aux sessions. Et le prochain rapport de Madame Petra Bayer sera intéressant sur cette question pour voir comment améliorer l'activité et impliquer tout un chacun. Quant au fait d'être membre des commissions ex officio, en fait, c'est une sorte de glissement. Ce n'est pas de toute façon une obligation, hein, c'est une possibilité. Et ça aurait dû être corrigé avant. Certaines commissions avaient cela dans leur règlement intérieur. C'est juste une correction pour que ce soit égal pour tout le monde, pour toutes les commissions, sauf en ce qui concerne les juges de la Cour. Quant à la charge de travail dont parlait Saskia Claude, oui, cette suggestion est faite en faisant très attention à ce qui se fait aujourd'hui en fonction des commissions et la charge de travail du secrétariat. Donc nous espérons que ce sera une bonne solution pour tout le monde. Je vous remercie. Saskia. Vous ne devriez pas prendre la parole, hein. Peut-être que Despina va nous aider pour résoudre certains problèmes. Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai le sentiment que j'ai le devoir d'intervenir parce que c'est vrai, c'est une question que j'ai soulevée auprès de la Commission du règlement en tant que secrétaire général de la PCE. Donc oui, bien sûr, la Commission des questions économiques doit continuer à travailler sur l'OCDE et autres questions pertinentes, s'il y a un rapport sur ces questions. Mais c'était pour mieux distribuer les rapports. Le débat sur l'OCDE, en fait, c'est la Commission des questions politiques qui s'en occupe. La Commission des questions sociales s'occuper de la Banque de développement du Conseil de l'Europe. En fait, c'est le dialogue institutionnel avec la Banque qui passerait maintenant à la Commission des migrations au mandat élargi. De toute façon, tout ceci a été discuté au bureau de l'Assemblée où les présidents de commission sont présents. Saskia, vous voulez quand même prendre la parole? Non, mais cet éclaircissement me convient parce que c'est un sujet qui est pertinent pour de nombreuses commissions. Mais la commission des questions sociales, surtout, parce qu'on ne peut pas parler de conditions de travail sans parler de développement économique. Monsieur Eftasiou, président de la commission, vous avez la parole. Je remercie la rapporteure, Victoria, pour son travail qui est essentiel pour le fonctionnement de notre Assemblée. Il y a eu différents éléments que la rapporteure et la commission du règlement ont voulu refléter dans le contexte du présent rapport et je reconnais tout le travail et la réflexion qui ont été investis. Je remercie la commission pour son intérêt actif et pour le fait d'avoir voulu donner effet aux rapportrices sur la représentation des genres et tout ce qui a été entrepris depuis 2021. Le résultat du rapport a été bien calibré. Ce rapport et les modifications sur différentes dispositions.
Committee unanimously in October. Following discussions of the Presidential Committee subsequent to the adoption of the report, the rapporteur has proposed an amendment to additionally clarify the participation of chairpersons of political groups ex officio in committee meetings. That amendment was adopted by unanimity by the committee last week in Cyprus. Before closing, I would like to congratulate once more the rapporteur in the way she has dealt with the many issues that have been necessary to cover in this report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Kostis. The debate is closed, dear colleagues, and the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities presented a draft resolution to which one amendment has been tabled by the committee itself. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the standing committee that this amendment to the draft resolution, which was unanimously approved by the committee, be declared as definitely approved. Is that so, Mr. Efstathiou?
This is a fact, yes.
If no one objects, I will consider this amendment to be approved. Is there any objection? No, so the amendment 1 to the draft resolution is therefore approved and will not be called. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16292 as amended. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? 1. Abstentions? 1. The draft resolution contained in document 16292 is adopted. Congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. We will now consider the report on increasing members, active participation in the work of the Parliamentary Assembly. The rapporteur of the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities is Mrs. Petra Bayer. Petra, you know, of course, that you have in total 10 minutes, 7 now to introduce the debate and 3 to reply. You may have the floor.
Thank you very much, Theodoros. Good afternoon. I think you all know that the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe was founded on a clear and forward-looking idea that elected parliamentarians should play a central role in shaping a multilateral space committed to defend human rights, democracy and the rule of law. Today, as these very principles face increasing pressure, not only in Europe but also beyond, it is more important than ever that we stand firmly behind the Assembly and strengthen its capacity to safeguard our shared values. What gives our Assembly its distinctive character is the dual mandate entrusted in each of us. We operate at once within our national legislature and within a pan-European deliberative body. This combination brings with it unique responsibilities, ensuring that national viewpoints are brought into European conversations and returning home ready to explain, promote and support the Council of Europe's work. Engagement in our debates and in all our work is therefore not a simple procedural issue, it's a democratic obligation that lends weight to our decisions and guarantees that the concerns of European citizens are generally represented. To meet this responsibility, our internal procedures must continue to evolve. Building on earlier reforms and exchanges, we are moving forward a framework that reinforces purpose, ownership, fairness and accessibility, and it gives really all the members sufficient space and to take over possibilities to contribute productively to our work. Keeping all that in mind, this draft resolution is putting forward several concrete measures to enhance our functioning, and it also really looks, as Victoria already said, really to include more members of PACE in our active work. So to come to some key points, the Assembly will have the flexibility to establish special committees to respond on urgent or cross-cutting issues, which is at the moment not a possibility with a time limit given. Debates hopefully will become more interactive through a blue card system, enabling direct interaction and direct questions, but also limited to a clear number of defined speakers. It's not a disruption of the procedure. It works quite good at the European Parliament, so I hope that it will work here as well. We also work on the speaking time that should be more evenly distributed, allowing also broader participation, also by limiting speaking time. Members that show consistent engagement, especially when it comes to the voting, because we very often see that when it comes to voting, the room is quite empty. They will see that their engagement is really acknowledged by being lifted up in the list. More than now, and there will also be rules on rapporteurship and committee participation that should clarify and promote more fairness and inclusivity, with exceptional arrangement for also remote participation, which we already learned a little bit during Corona, but should also be possible in exceptional circumstances now. We also aim to improve transparency and visibility, so speakers lists will be published earlier. That's the amendment number 2 you will find in the text. It's just was just a table office suggestion to frame it like it is now, because otherwise the publication of the speaking list would be around midnight, and that doesn't make sense, of course. Debates should be streamlined, public communication strengthened, and digital tools upgraded, including the development of a dedicated mobile app, so a real app, not only something that is called PACE apps, but a real app. At the same time, training, mentoring and other initiatives will support members, particularly new members. I think it's really important, and those who join our assembly really have a very quick and very soon the chance to really become active within us. The report equally encourages national parliaments to facilitate member participation by aligning parliamentary calendars. We know that's really a struggle, not only of PACE but also of other international bodies, promoting internal reporting on Assembly's work and fostering closer links between national and our Assembly committees. In this context, also another amendment that's just there for clarifying, not to quote a wrong paragraph, but the correct paragraph now, and makes it all clear and work properly. And these proposals go beyond rules and procedures. They aim to ensure that our Parliamentary Assembly remains effective, representative and influential in upholding Europe's fundamental values. I really want to thank on the one hand Despina, Isild, Ellie, Roberta and many more from the Secretariat, but also the table office that brought some very practical issues, and thank you very much for this close eye, but also thank you very much all the members of PACE who came forward with innovative ideas that we tried to include in the report as much as possible. And dear President, thank you very much, and I hope that we can have a fruitful debate.
Thank you, dear Petra. Colleagues, now the floor is open for the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? Lord Jones.
Thank you, President. Can I begin by welcoming the report? I agree with everything in it, but just to make a few brief points. First of all, paragraph 57, important, of course, that there's an opportunity for people to participate remotely, as long as it is exceptional. I think the collegiality that's built by people meeting each other outside of meetings is important in terms of creating a body that works effectively. With paragraph 52, can I say, as somebody who attended his first Assembly meeting in September and that now finds himself 2 months on as the leader of the UK delegation, it's been quite a steep learning curve for me, and it would certainly have been helpful to have had more of an induction process. Certainly, I was fortunate. I had great support from officials. I had great support from my predecessor, Don Tuig. But I think for others who are not in that fortunate position, having more seminars, as is suggested in paragraph 52, would be useful. That can be done online. There are logistical problems with getting everybody in when membership changes, sometimes every month. I understand that. But it would certainly be, I think, a great help to people if there was a more detailed induction process, which paragraph 2 alludes to. The only other thing, and Petra did talk about the apps, it isn't an app, it's a website. I still can't understand why it is that we look at a resolution which is found on one website and the amendments are found on another website. Surely can't be beyond a technical problem. It can't be a technical problem if members were able to have an app that was able to access both websites at the same time. I understand the need for confidentiality in having different websites, but I think that would help in terms of integrating everything into one app that members can access without having to go back and forth between different apps. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Jones. Who else would like to take the floor? Dear colleagues, yes, Edith Estrella.
Thank you, dear President. First of all,
closer to the microphone, Edith.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank Petra and to congratulate for the job, very good job, and this very good report. And I would like to introduce you to a successful project created by the Portuguese Parliament named the Youth Parliament. It is a national program to promote civic education and democratic participation among students aged 10 to 18. It involves schools from across mainland Portugal and islands, and in which most members of Parliament participate. Every year, more than 50,000 students take part. They debate a different topic each year, chosen by them the previous year. They organize electoral campaigns and vote for student representatives. The process mirrors real democratic participation and helps young people develop skills in debate, collaboration, and political literacy. The program has 3 levels. First at school level, then at the regional sessions, and then at the national session in the Portuguese Parliament. At the end, the young deputies approve a project of recommendation on the year's theme. These recommendations are formally sent to the Parliament's Education Committee, ensuring that the voices of the young people are heard and considered in the legislative process. So, in my view, it would be an excellent way to promote participatory democracy and bring young people closer to parliamentary life, and this model could be adopted, of course, in other national parliaments. I think it's a good project, a very nice way to contribute to approach the members of the parliament with the young people. Thank you.
Good. Anybody else who would like to take the floor? Yes, Martin, Mr. Graf.
Yeah, thank you, Herr Vorsitzender.
Thank you, President. I have to say that we do actually have to do everything we can in order to make sure that the visibility of this Parliament becomes greater in the member states, as others have said as well, because honestly, when speaking to our populations back home, and I'm just taking my own country, Austria, as an example, everyone seems to mix the Council of Europe up with the European Parliament. No one knows what happens at the Council of Europe, even though it's a much older institution and has many member states. And that is something which we cannot see as positive, obviously. And what pains me here is that we seem to think that if we reduce our speaking times from 3 to 2 minutes, if necessary, we'll be able to solve the problem and generate more interest, because I don't think that that will be the case. But obviously, more has to be done in order to enhance our visibility. And obviously, if there's no compulsory reporting on the activities of the Parliamentary Assembly in our home countries, then our Assembly will not become more visible at home, de facto. And therefore, we need to talk about reporting, how extensive it needs to be, whether it should be compulsory, and any step we take in that direction, which is the right direction, should be welcomed. And that's what we'll do with this report. Thank you.
But commenting on that, let me just remind you, when I had the honor to be elected by you as a president 2 years ago, I have said that visibility will be one of my priorities. The first year, visibility in international media, and it is according to the figures given to me by our communication office, raised by 60%. And now it is raised by 195%. It is an achievement we all did. We have all contributed to that. I really agree with you that there is a lot of confusion. In member states, there are people believing that the Council of Europe is European Union. So we need to do more, but let us appraise ourselves that we have done something until now, not only during my presidency. I believe that my successor will continue in this way. And it is, of course, on decisions taken by the Council of Europe, the Assembly, and by the Court, which is more visible than any other institutional body. So I believe that this could be a new beginning, talking about increasing members' active participation, and the work of the Parliamentary Assembly will be more visible according to decisions that we are going to take there. So if nobody else will take the floor now, we'll go back to Petra Bayer and give you the floor for the next 3 minutes. Petra.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will try, I think every new president tries to increase the visibility, so we also hope that this is a good foundation for the next trial. To reply, thank you very much, Caroline, for your remarks. I think what we didn't think about, and that's a good idea, by the way, to have all these introduction and peer-to-peer, maybe not, but these introduction tools also as an online tool, also as maybe by chance, if you have, maybe we screen something, and whenever you have time, you can look at a module on this or that question, not depending that there is one performance at one time, but often. So I think we maybe should also follow this idea that is very good. Edith, thank you very much for raising this youth parliament idea. Every idea on that is very welcome, and as Martin Graf already said, that I call for ideas how we make the work of PACE more visible in our national parliaments. I think we could broaden that call and also ask for good examples how to involve young people, how to involve youth. I think that it's not a thing of this report, but to have now youth rapporteurs is a very good step, also to be more sensitive on the issue in general. And Theodoros happens to be in Austria next Tuesday, where I will be in our Austrian Parliament democracy workshop, and I invited him to come and to have.
And we have to invite Martin to be there.
We are always to only support. 2 MPs from Austria, and there is the other one is already fixed, so there is no slot.
The audience, at the audience, there is space at the audience.
You will be an
if you want to come there, you will be very welcome.
If you 2:30 democracy workshop, you know where it is. And I think that we also should share best practice on how to engage young people. So that's, of course, a very good idea. And according to Martin Graf and visibility, I think on the one hand, the reduction of speaking time for each of us means that more people can speak. So they have more chances to engage and also to tell back home that they spoke more than now have the chance to do. And also as an Austrian example, I try, since I was elected chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I try to, after every Foreign Affairs Committee, to have a slot, an informal slot, which is not officially the Foreign Affairs Committee, but just the possibility to exchange of all our colleagues who are active in the international scene, be it IPU, be it OSCE, Parliamentary Assembly, be it PACE, be it whatever, to have the space to tell the others what they are doing. So far it doesn't work very perfectly, but I hope that we can continue, and by time it might work. I will tell you about the success or not success story. So thank you very much for the support.
Anyway, we wish success to this effort. Thank you, Petra. I would give now the floor to Kostis Evstathiou, the chairperson of the committee. Kostis, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dear President, dear colleagues, I'm really privileged taking the floor once again this afternoon as Rules Committee Chair to speak on the report for adoption before the Standing Committee. This time, we deal with the exceptional work of Petra Bayer on this important topic of increasing our participation in the work of the Parliamentary Assembly. As Petra has rightly mentioned, our dual mandate as national parliamentarians and as members of PACE is at the heart of what makes the Parliamentary Assembly so special and our exchanges so rich. In order to increase the value of democratic dialogue, we must encourage our members to actively participate in these precious exchanges that are of central to the quality of democratic debate and the importance of our democratic institutions. This work is in ensuring the value of our debates and the energy which we all bring to our work within the Parliamentary Assembly is never a fait accompli, and the commitment of the rapporteur and all the committee to this topic has been seen in many fruitful discussions we have had in committee in the course of elaboration of this report. This report was unanimously adopted in October in our Rules Committee. The rapporteur subsequently proposed some amendments to fine-tune some of the proposals. Those amendments were adopted by unanimity by the committee last week in Cyprus. I again congratulate the rapporteur on the thought that has gone into this and her approach to consulting widely and incorporating the views of all colleagues in committee discussions. And thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Kostis. The debate is closed. The Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities presented a draft resolution to which 2 amendments have been tabled by the committee itself. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Standing Committee that these amendments to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the committee, be declared as definitely approved. Is that so, Mr. Evstafidis?
This is the case, yes.
Good. If no objects, I will consider these amendments to be approved. Any objections? No? Oh, yes. Okay, no objections. I saw George having his head, but he was actually holding the microphone or something like earphones. So, George, thus, Amendment 1 and 2 to the draft resolution are therefore approved and will not be called. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16293 as amended. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? My congratulations to the rapporteur. The draft resolution contained in document 16293 is adopted unanimously. Any other business to be raised? No. Dear colleagues, I inform you that our next meeting will be held in Monaco on 22 of May 2026. Before I close the meeting, I would like to thank all the participants as well as our colleagues from the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova for the excellent organization of our meeting, technicians, interpreters, and everyone involved, as well as the staff of the Parliamentary Assembly. My sincere thanks go to the delegation of the Republic of Moldova for their warm welcome and hospitality here in Chisinau. Thank you so much. I just want to remind you that in a few minutes we will start the roundtable on violence against women and the role of parliaments and parliamentarians in implementing the Council of Europe Istanbul Convention. And I encourage you all to participate in this roundtable. It will start in less than 5 minutes, so those who want to participate, please remain at the chamber. Thank you so much. The meeting is closed.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, good afternoon and welcome to the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova. It is a great pleasure to greet all the distinguished participants joining us today. The Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Igor Grosso, I greet you. And the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, Mr. Theodoros Rousopoulos. Dear members of Moldovan Parliament, colleagues from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, representatives of government institutions and law enforcement, and our valued partners from the civil society, of course. Dear colleagues, dear friends, today's event has a clear purpose: to strengthen our cooperation for the effective implementation of the Istanbul Convention. Our responsibility as parliamentarians is not limited to just our term in office. Our laws and policies must be far-reaching and must be strategic. The implementation of these laws must be effective and efficient. If we allocate budgets but do not track results, progress remains superficial. And if we defend the Convention in law and implementation, but not in public discourse, harmful myths continue to enable violence. The Istanbul Convention gives us the roadmap. It is our duty to turn this roadmap into reality for every woman and girl through consistency, vision, power, and courage. Dear friends, I'm so proud to say that exactly in this room, 4 years ago, we ratified the Istanbul Convention after many, many years of debate and efforts, amid challenges and fierce opposition from those who were spreading false, absolutely false narratives about the convention. This very plenary room also witnessed a breakthrough legislative amendment which introduced the mandatory double representation of women in the electoral code. We are proud to be a leader among European countries in terms of women's representation in politics, with 40% in parliament, over 40% female local councillors, and a little less than 30% of women mayors. Women who, due to their tireless work in partnership with fellow men, help other women and men avoid violence in all the forms. Today, we will discuss how parliaments can better support prevention, protection, and accountability. We will discuss about the tools we have at our disposal, like the PACE Handbook for Parliamentarians on the Istanbul Convention. We will also share knowledge and try to identify what more needs to be done to prevent violence. So, without further delay, I'd like us to get started with our first speakers. I am delighted to introduce two leaders who represent the institutions with a key role in advancing human rights. Their presence today underlines the relevance of the Istanbul Convention for Moldova, for Europe, and for every victim or survivor of violence. Dear Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Grosu, you have the floor.
Dear guests, allow me, first of all, to make a small announcement in the context of the International Children's Rights Law. We have the honor to receive in the Parliament a group of young children who represent the voice of their generation and who are actively involved in promoting and defending children's rights in the Republic of Moldova. We welcome the representatives of the Children's Platform, supported by the Child Rights Information and Documentation Center, representatives of the Advisory Council of Children under the National Center for Child Abuse Prevention, members of the group of child human rights defenders from Ion Creanga Gymnasium, Kania village of Cantemir district, supported by Amnesty International, as well as young people supported by the National Resource Center for Youth-Friendly Health Services, Neovita. All these children participated today in the National Forum on Children's rights, an important platform for dialogue between children, authorities, experts, and partner organizations. Their presence in today's parliamentary plenary is a symbolic moment, but also a reaffirmation of our shared commitment to building an environment in which every child is heard, respected, and protected. We warmly welcome you and welcome to the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova. Dear colleagues, 4 years ago, when we came to the Parliament, we adopted a firm position regarding the violence against women when we ratified from the beginning of our mandate the Istanbul Convention of the Council of Europe. We have conveyed a clear message that this governance will have zero tolerance towards any type of violence against girls and women. The adoption of convention was accompanied by a lot of disinformation, fear and hatred from the ill-intentioned politicians, by the same myth about European values. We have looked upon statistics that in 2021 were showing that 7 out of 10 women of the rural area have suffered at least one type of violence. A country that wants to be considered pro-European cannot overlook these frightening figures, and we, as authorities, must do our best to protect our women in their own country. The adoption of the convention means concrete actions to empower the women to have the courage to step out, to report the violence, the domestic violence, to know whom to address for help. This is what we have tried to do in the recent years. I'd like to give you some concrete examples. We have created the National Agency for Prevention and Combating of Violence Against Women and Violence in Family, which is implementing the national program regarding the prevention and combating of violence against women and the violence in families for 2023-2027. We have opened the first center of family justice of the police aimed at the violence victims and the victims of sexual violence. We have opened the first specialized service in the Republic of Moldova in Ungheni district for the sexual violence victims. And here they can benefit from medical, legal, psychological and social assistance in one single location. An important step was to introduce the notion of femicide, the most serious type of violence against women, in the legislation of the Republic of Moldova. This means that our authorities habilitated with the powers to prevent and combat the violence against women and violence in the family are compelled to promptly react at any referral, at any notification, and to inform the victims about their rights. Besides this, in the recent years, we have undertaken measures to empower economically the women, to offer them more space for professional development, and to involve them and to involve fathers in the education of children as well. We have increased the single indemnity at the child birth that is comparable to some of those from the European states. We have allowed the people who work during the maternity leave to keep their salary and the indemnity for maternity, because previously they have to opt either for the salary or for the indemnity. We decided to give them the possibility to have both incomes. We have regulated the flexible program or working program in the labor code, and we introduced the possibility to distribute between the parents the the leave for taking care of the child. So mothers and fathers get involved in the education of children. Dear colleagues and dear guests, I'd like to assure you that we have not reached the point where we can say that we have done enough. On the contrary, we know that we have a lot of work ahead of us. The protection of women in our country is a part of our path towards becoming a truly European country, not only in declarations, but also in the way our citizens live and think. We have a long path ahead of us, we know this. Women and girls in the Republic of Moldova still live under the risk of the gender-based violence, of discrimination, of economic inequality. It is a legacy from our past, but we are going to be victorious in this fight, in this struggle, because if we don't learn how to take care of our citizens, we cannot pretend to place between among the civilized countries of this continent. I'm very happy that this subject is discussed today in the plenary of the Parliament, and I assure you of the whole openness of the Parliament and of the whole governance to find this long-term solutions for any women and girls.
For your remarks and for being a true advocate of the Istanbul Convention and of empowering women in general. Thank you once again. Now I invite Mr. Theodoros Rousopoulos, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, to deliver his remarks, please.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, dear friend Igor, dear friends, dear participants, I will start with a story and I will end with a story. I hope that you will find equally interesting what I will say in the meantime. A few months ago, while we were in Strasbourg, I have invited the speakers of the parliaments of the member states of our council, the Council of Europe, and of those who have a relation with the Council of Europe. So over 60 people were there. And among them, it was the Speaker of the Irish Parliament, Verona Murphy. While we were talking, Verona, and she said it publicly, that is why I can repeat it here, told me this: I have been working for years as a truck driver. I never felt that I was harassed as a truck driver. From the day I entered politics, I feel harassment every week. This simple truth reveals something profound. Women do not face violence because of the path they choose, but because of the power they claim. Because they dare to speak, to lead, to represent, to challenge, either it is in the public sphere or at home. If a woman entering Parliament feels less safe than a woman driving a truck alone across Europe's highways, something deeply wrong is in our world. Whether in Ireland or in my own country or here in Moldova, the pattern is the same. Women in public life, politicians, journalists, activists, are targeted not for what they do, but for what they symbolize. The presence of equality in spaces where equality was not expected. This is not only a gender issue, it is a democratic issue. Every act of harassment, every threat, every silencing attempt is an assault on democratic participation itself. And this is where politics meets emotion, where human dignity becomes political duty. For more than a decade, the Istanbul Convention has been Europe's strongest commitment to protect women. And precisely because it works, it has become a target. We have all seen the disinformation campaigns. Those who claim that, according to the Convention, threatens are against traditional family. Those who attack it because they fear the empowerment it brings. But the truth is simpler. The Istanbul Convention protects a woman's right to live, to choose, to be free. And additionally, the Istanbul Convention protects others, members of a family, from what we call domestic violence. Earlier this morning, I had the opportunity to remind my colleagues, what we all know, according to surveys during the COVID-19, it was increased the domestic violence by a percentage between 30 and 33% in Europe, and I believe globally, but I have the data for Europe. Moldova has shown real leadership by walking this path even under pressure, even in a region marked by conflict and destabilization. And I want to acknowledge the courage this requires. Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear participants at the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, we take this battle seriously. Through Article 70, we monitor how states implement the Convention, not to criticize, but to ensure that protection reaches real women in real situations. Article 70 tells us where the system saves lives and where it fails. We are also preparing a comprehensive report on the lesson learned from over 10 years of implementation. What has changed, what must improve, how violence is evolving, especially online, and how we can build stronger institutions for the next decade. This will be one of the most important pieces of work of the Assembly because it turns our political commitment into measurable change. But protection is not only a matter of law, it is a matter of capacity. This is why the Council of Europe has launched a new help course on violence against women and the Istanbul Convention. Judges, prosecutors, police officers, social workers, anyone who meets survivors will be trained not only in procedures, but in understanding trauma, recognizing risk, and preventing further harm. Every trained professional is one more barrier between a woman and her abuser. This is how policy becomes protection. Delivering this speech in Moldova has weight. Your country is navigating among pressures that few in Europe can imagine: external threats, information warfare, attempts to destabilize. We had the opportunity to discuss about all this the last 2 days. And yet, you continue expanding protection for women, strengthening institutions, and aligning with European standards. This is more than national policy. It is a message of resilience and dignity to the entire region. But let us be honest, violence against women is rising, especially online. The attacks are more coordinated, the intimidation is more visible, and the emotional cost carried by women in public life is becoming unbearable. So today, political responsibility and human empathy must work together. Let us use Article 70 with honesty, let us use the help course with ambition, and let us make the upcoming PACE report a roadmap, not a document. And above all, let us defend the Istanbul Convention, not because it is European law, but because it is a promise that no woman should face fear in her home or her street or her parliament. The Speaker of Ireland's parliament survived harassment, of course, because she is strong. But we do not build democracies on the strength of individuals. We build them on the safety of all. And that is our task, political, emotional, and deeply human. I have promised that I will end my intervention with another story. And this is a more personal one. First, let me explain why I have to leave the chamber immediately after my speech, not because I do not respect or I do not want to participate, but today is the name day of my wife, and I have to be at home. The only direct flight lives in like an hour from Chisinau. Julian, friends who are participating, Petra, Francesca, Despina, and others know that my wife is a prominent journalist, more famous than me in Greece, is an anchor woman, and she's the first woman in Greece to become editor-in-chief in one of the biggest TV channels. When I was a minister for 5 years, a minister of state, she was forced to resign. And she was forced to resign, and she resigned, she left her job for long, because there were accusations from political opponents that the wife of a minister should not walk. Can you imagine it? This is the story. This is the story of a woman who has power imagine what happened with other women who had not the power of my wives or the power that I had as a minister or maybe as a public figure who can address to the people and ask for their support. So this is the reason that we are here. This is the reason that all these people sitting in these seats in the Council of Europe, those of you who don't know, are willingly there, voluntarily there. They are not getting paid to do that, but they believe in principles. And I want to thank you, dear Mr. Speaker, for inviting me to participate in this seminar. I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, dear President, for your remarks and for being an inspiration and a champion of human rights all across Europe. Thank you once again. Dear participants, dear colleagues, we will now transition to our thematic session, where we will hear institutional, international, and civil society perspectives on implementation of the Istanbul Convention. Our distinguished speakers, so 5 of them are there, you can see them, will share their thoughts with us for about 5 minutes each, followed by a discussion. I would now like to invite the first speaker, Ms. Daniela Misail-Nikitin, Minister of Internal Affairs, to share the government's perspective on progress and challenges in implementing the convention. Even before joining the government, Daniela has been a trusted ally who helped us push through the Istanbul Convention ratification. Dear Daniela, please, you have the floor.
Stimată doamnă vicepreședintă a Parlamentului, dear Deputy Speaker, dear Members of Parliament, dear colleagues, representatives of the civil society, the Republic of Moldova is at a decisive moment in its European course. As a state that has taken over the rotative chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, our ministry has a responsibility to protect our citizens, and this is a pillar of our development as a country. Our institutional system is consolidated. It functions for the protection of vulnerable persons, victims, women and children especially. Transforming principles into practice, we orient ourselves towards integrated services adapted to the needs of the people. Our country pays attention to implementing international standards under the Istanbul Convention and Grevio recommendations. We collaborate with the civil society and European partners, and this reflects our commitment to integrating the best international practices in our national policies. In 2024, we made the first amendments to Law 45, extending the coverage of the law regarding introducing violence, the terms of violence against women and femicide. So this is a step, an important step towards consolidating protection of women and girls against all sorts of violence, including online violence, digital violence, and it defines digital violence starting with harassment and to distribution of intimate images, and it covers physical stalking and online stalking, and this phenomena creates a sense of insecurity and fear. So we also cover the economic aspects. Extracting money from the accounts of the victim without permission and consent is a type of violence in a family. Forced marriages is incriminated in the case of minor victims as well, and it can the punishment can reach up to 13 years in jail. The contact of it also covers the contact of the victim with NGOs and institutions, and this is the first point in the system of protection. We offer integrated services of protection into one single point, one single outlet, and this includes legal assistance, health care, and psychological assistance. This reduces the risks of re-victimization of the victims. And the economic dimension is also taken into consideration. It's been integrated into the protection policies. The lack of job it will not represent an impediment to living an abusive relationship. The law foresees provisions for integration in the employment market, helping them in this area of their life. In order to respond efficiently to extreme situations, the government has an cross-ministry mechanism of recording cases of violence ending in death. Half of the cases recorded are under the category of femicide. This makes relevant the necessity to have early reaction and to involve all the institutions relevant to these cases. We have a register of aggressors and a Viodata system which allows monitoring the aggressors and the risks. We also focus on consolidating capacities of various professional groups. Combating violence in families, domestic violence, is not measured only by law. It requires responsibility, education, involvement of each of us, teachers, neighbors, members of the community, police officer. Each life is important, and prevention starts with correct intervention and clear messages. The Ministry of Interior Affairs reaffirms its engagement to preventing violence and protecting victims and consolidating institutional culture so that this horrible phenomenon does not escalate, so that each victim receives the necessary assistance and violence against women is prevented and not only punished. Thank you so much.
Yela, thank you so much. Dear colleagues, the Ministry of Justice plays a crucial role in the implementation of the Istanbul Convention. Mr. Vladislav Kožuhar, Minister of Justice, we look forward to hearing from you. Please, you have the floor.
Gentlemen, distinguished audience, Chair, thank you very much for the invitation to come here in front of you today. At this very important event, an important occasion also to discuss the role of Parliament in implementing the Istanbul Convention, specifically in combating violence against women. Together with the members of Parliament from 46 member states of Council of Europe, representatives of government, civil society, and media, we are here today to talk about a topic of utmost importance. Gender-based violence is a complex phenomenon with profound consequences for victims and for society. The state's intervention must be integrated and coordinated, and The conclusion of Madam Minister once again emphasized the importance of an integrated approach. First of all, we should avoid the silos approach, and we should not think that the dimension of phenomenon is somehow fragmented or in responsibility of only one entity. International practice shows that effective solutions arise through dialogue, exchange of good practices, and obviously international cooperation. The Ministry of Justice has made sustained efforts to strengthen the legislative and institutional frameworks that protects today's victims, sanctions perpetrators, and ensures compliance with the European standards. In the Republic of Moldova, the Ministry of Justice has implemented a broad set of legislative reforms intended to protect victims of domestic violence and sexual violence. I would start to describe the importance from the entire set of legislative framework with the law number 316 from 2022. And this law strengthens victims' rights and ensures a comprehensive protection. In the area of equality and non-discrimination, the law number 2 from 2023 expanded the non-discrimination grounds and clarified the powers of Council for the Prevention and Elimination of Discrimination, introduced the notion of harassment and victimization into the existing code. Through these measures, the Republic of Moldova aligns itself with the case law of the European Court of Human Rights and strengthens the institutional framework for ensuring equal opportunities. To allow victims to effectively participate in criminal proceedings, the law number 245 from 2023 introduced the right of injured party to inspect the case file and take notes at any stage of the proceedings, except in cases where the prosecutor imposes recent restrictions. This enables victims to assert their interest and participate actively in the defense of their right. Holding the perpetrators accountable is equally important, and the amendments introduced through law number 136 from 2024 and the law number 252 from 2025 reinforce the protection against domestic violence and gender-based violence, including in the digital environment. Additionally, one very important step that I would like to emphasize, and it is under the mandate of Ministry of Justice, the fact that domestic violence offenders are monitored electronically to prevent further incidents of violence. Thus, in 2024, 1,023 persons were monitored, and in the first 10 months of 2025, we have 796 persons. These measures demonstrate the state's commitment to prevent and reduce the risk associated with recidivism. A key pillar of victim protection is access to free and professional legal aid. In 2024, the National Council for State-Guaranteed Legal Aid registered 2,478 cases of state-guaranteed legal assistance in domestic violence, including 41 cases involving children. In the first semester of 2025, 1,023 cases were already registered, including 32 children. Access to professional legal assistance provides victims with an immediate and precise tool for their safety, enabling the rapid submission of requests for urgent protection measures and support them in overcoming trauma and procedural obstacles. In conclusion, the measures reflected the firm commitment of the Republic of Moldova to implement the standards of Istanbul Convention, protection of victims of violence, and holding perpetrators accountable, while ensuring effective access to justice and professional support. Ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that this roundtable will contribute to the exchange of good practices, will strengthen the international cooperation, and help the identification of the most effective solutions for fighting with the violence against women and domestic violence. Thank you for your presence, and thank you very much for your engagement and time. And once again, it is an honor to stand here in front of you. But what is important indeed to keep in mind is that it is a common problem. I mean, it is something that affects the entire society, and the solution is also a common solution, is an approach, a shoulder-to-shoulder approach, and this is why Ministry of Justice is open for any sort of cooperation. Thank you once again, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Kožuhar. It is so encouraging to have and to see men on board as well. Dear colleagues, now I would like to introduce the Director of the National Agency for the Prevention and Combating of Violence Against Women, Ms. Viorica Țimbalari. Your agency sits at the forefront of coordination, and we look forward to hearing from you about achievements, about challenges, but also gaps in your recent work at the agency. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam German, dear audience, dear ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Our agency was created according to the provisions of the Convention of Istanbul Convention that was ratified by the Republic of Moldova by the decision of the Parliament, and since 2024 is an active part of the national effort to prevent and combat the violence. This happened at the initiative of an authentic leader, a consistent and tireless leader. I'm speaking about the Vice President of the Parliament, Doina German, who together with the MPs and also representatives of the government supported the prevention and combat of violence against women and girls, both before and after the ratification of the Convention, ensuring thus continuity, coherence and determination. But I think we don't need to talk much about this, because Moldova is seen from afar for the progress made in female leadership. Since then, the Convention has been the framework document, the constitution of our sphere of activity. Each article is an obligation assumed, and we implement it with maximum responsibility and rigor. We are directly subordinate to the government, which strengthens our clear mandate to coordinate, monitor and ensure the implementation of national and international policies, taking into account all intersectorial aspects. We ensure daily that these policies don't remain only at the institutional level or in reports, but are felt in the real lives of all people every day and in each house. Even though we are a young agency and with almost 2 years of activity, we know very well what we have to do, and our work is based on 3 essential priorities: prevention, training, data and coordinated policies. The year of 2025 is about transforming these challenges into solutions, about concrete actions and strategic directions developed together with the Parliament, the government, the justice system, development partners and civil society. We have developed a national model of prevention focused on the change of perceptions and mindsets, education, community programs, nationally coordinated campaigns promoting positive masculinity and women's economic empowerment, which is promoted in 6 regions of the country. To have an efficient and prompt response, we must have in place good specialists. We have a continuous training and specialization program, which includes mandatory continuous training of multidisciplinary teams following a unified curriculum, specialization of criminal investigation officers, of prosecutors and judges for cases of violence, and which is more important is the training of the representatives of the local public administration in order to be able to implement the national policies at the local level. I cannot fail to mention the results of the evaluation of the national program for 2024. It was a solid progress with an achievement level of 83%. We have areas where implementation has been integral, but also segments with slow progress. So the restart reform, which was implemented by the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, and we have specialists in rural areas that are responsible for the cases of violence against women and children. Without data, we cannot have efficient policies. That is why we are developing the first national information system dedicated to combating violence, VIO data. This will allow unitary collection of data from all institutions and the data from the aggressors' registers that will allow the monitoring of cases in real time. VIO data will change the way we understand, prevent and respond to violence. Dear colleagues and partners, the integration of the Republic of Moldova into the European Union is not about politics or economy. It is about safety and protecting lives and respecting the rights of every person. And preventing and combating violence against women and girls is one of the clearest expressions of our democratic and European maturity. I invite you on the 25th of November to be a part of the global campaign launched by the Republic of Moldova, 16 days of activism against gender-based violence in Chisinau, Belts and Cahul. Thank you.
So much. Dear colleagues, our law enforcement, our police are often among the first responders. Mr. Viorel Cernăuțanu, head of the General Police Inspectorate, is a strong ally in promoting the Istanbul Convention implementation. Mr. Cernăuțanu, please, you have the floor.
Stimată doamnă vicepreședinte,
dear Mr. Distinguished members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for me it is an honor to be here in the plenary of the Parliament together with our colleagues that concentrate their attention on combating this phenomenon, which regretfully attends to the lives of women. The ratification of the Convention in 2021 represented much more than an international obligation. It was a firm commitment of the state that we assume in relation to the victims of family violence. And here we have to see those basic elements that guide us in our activity process. And especially we are speaking about prevention of violence, protection of victims, and sanctioning aggressors, the perpetrators of this violence. We have been lucky enough, so the great part of the offenses has been documented and found. The police is the first to intervene and is the institution that must implement the basic elements to stop these offenses. So this type of prompt, efficient and rapid reaction is the element of balance between life and death, where we can intervene and save a life. The identification, the preliminary identification of signals of dangers can bring us the efficiency we need for our process. I'd like to give you some figures. We have seen different criticism that the number of offenses related to violence in the family increased. Now the number of registration of these offenses has increased. The number of citizens requesting help from the state in these cases has increased. In the first 10 months of 2025, the police registered more than 16,500 reports of violent behavior in the family. As compared to the same period of 2024, we are speaking about an increase of 23%. So we see an increase of the requests. We see that a barrier that stood in front of the victims to address the authorities, so this barrier has disappeared. This doesn't mean that the number of the offenses has increased. On the contrary, in 2025, 1,097 offenses were recorded, as compared to a higher figure the year before. It is a high figure, but as reported to the previous periods, we see that the things are getting better. Unfortunately, we have a lot of things to do. We have a lot of work to do in preventing this violence. Any life that is lost due to violence in the family shows us that we have a lot of work to do. So in this context, we are in the process of developing this mechanism and to digitalize it. When we have the request from victims, the police must know all the details before making the evaluation report, so that the reports are generated automatically. In this context, in 2025, we had 2 visits to Germany, where we tried to inspire from the practical elements and to develop these practices to show the efficiency that is long awaited by the society, and we want to stop the number of violence in family. 2 basic elements that help us to deter the violence in the family are the protection order and the emergency restraining order. These help us to offer a legal and psychological assistance to the victims of violence in family. I'd like to note that in 2025 alone, 827 protection orders were issued and more than 5,200 emergency restraining orders. If we were to make a comparison to the request for the police assistance, we can see that the number has increased. In 2025, thousands of unannounced police checks were carried out, and due to these unannounced police checks, we were able to intervene in case of violations and in case of violence. What I wanted to say is that a correct investigation will not only punish the perpetrator, but will prevent the repetition of the violence in the family. During the first 10 months of 2025, the police and the prosecutor's office sent over 600 criminal cases regarding domestic violence to court. So I'm happy to hear that when we speak about the Family Justice Center, when we created this center, certain institutions were not happy with this. We are proud that it is under the police and it has a lot of success in its activity. This is not a center of the police. It is a center of the institutions of the Republic of Moldova, but it is under the police umbrella. All the institutions contribute to the activity of this center. So it is important to say that we try to avoid the repeated traumatizing of victims of violence. They come to this center and we help them. They don't have to go from one institution to another. In 2 years of its activity, we have helped more than 3,000 victims, and only this year we helped more than 1,200 individuals. I'd like also to mention the Commission for Monitoring Serious Cases of Domestic Violence. And only during this year alone, more than 52 serious cases were evaluated. We must have trained professionals. This was one of the main objectives that we put ahead for us in 2025. We wanted to train our policemen. In 2025, more than 1,500 police officers were trained in cases of domestic violence. And this aspect also leads to the increase of the quality of services rendered by the police to the citizens. I would like also to emphasize our legislative body, who took into consideration the requests from our bodies, and they undertook the necessary amendments to the legislative framework. The legislative framework that we have is a progressive one, is the one that ensures the quality of our process. We must be open at the interinstitutional level and to reach higher progress in combating this phenomenon. Besides those 800 of awareness-raising activities, or those 350 workshops regarding the reducing of domestic violence, we have managed to organize more than 19 information campaigns about domestic violence. I'd like to assure you that the police is going to act from the professional point of view to be able to reach zero domestic violence. I'd like to thank you for your attention and wish you good luck.
Your presence here at this event in the plenary meeting sends a strong message to the whole society in Moldova, and not only. And last but not least, I'd like to introduce Ms. Daniela Sâmboteanu, President of the National Center for the Prevention of Child Abuse. Daniela, please, from your perspective, how can the Istanbul Convention together with Lanzarote Convention work together and help us to implement easier all the legislation? We want to protect not only women but child abuse as well. Daniela, you are an expert in this sense. Please, you have the floor.
Dear Deputy Speaker of the Parliament, dear parliamentarians, dear ministers, dear colleagues. Thank you for the invitation to take part in this essential discussion. The implementation of the Istanbul Convention and of the Lanzarote Convention is not only a legal obligation as a country, but also a test of institutional maturity and of the capacity to protect effectively, efficiently women and vulnerable children. Where women are vulnerable, children are even more vulnerable. The Grevio report on the Republic of Moldova points out certain realities which we know very well. Interventions are uneven at national level. The capacity of institutions to recognize violence signals varies, and women and witness children are still vulnerable. Why does this continue to happen in Moldova and beyond? We must look into the social context. And the gender norms dominating our society creates a fertile soil for inequalities and violence justification. Researchers show that a great part of men and women see the role of the woman strictly at home. 86% of men and 71% of women consider that the main responsibility of a woman is to take care of the home and of the children, and 2/3 of the men and more than half of the women consider that the care for children is the exclusive responsibility of a mother. And more alarming is that a significant part of the population justifies violence. 21% of men and 13% of women consider that women should tolerate violence in order to keep their family, and almost 1/4 of men consider there are situations in which women deserves to be hit. And this shows that violence is not an individual behavior, but it is the expression of a culture of gender inequality which forms the relations in our families. Representing an NGO promoting the rights of children, I would like to point out that the Istanbul Convention is really clear about our obligation towards children. Article 26 of the Convention requires the states to ensure adequate services for the protection and recovery of children having witnessed domestic violence, and to develop psychological and social intervention according to the needs of the child and their age. The our national legislation reconfirms this idea, but still we have a gap between the legal framework and the real access to support and assistance. The study on the response of the justice system to violence cases shows that only 40% of the 205 cases of victim children received psychological counseling. The VAX study of Moldova shows that only 5% of the children subjected to sexual violence benefited of recovery. Grevio welcomes the efforts of the authorities to support children having witnessed domestic violence by founding specialized centers based on the Barnhouse model. They are meant to reduce the risk of re-victimization of these children. The Barnahus Nord Center is a good example in this regard. As a provider of this center, I can offer you some statistics. The model functions according to the data. In the past 3 years, the number of assisted children raised from 78 in 2022 to 268 in 2024. And this shows the increase of the trust into this kind of services and a better identification of the cases. About 30% of the examined cases within the Barnahus Center are domestic violence cases where children are witnesses in criminal and contraventional proceedings, legal proceedings. Most children are benefiting immediately of psychological assistance. There is also another reality needing urgent intervention, that is psychological violence in domestic conflicts. The recommendation of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe regarding serious forms of psychological violence against children requires the states to develop tools, services, protocols to protect children. Our goal is to collaborate with authorities to develop such instruments so that the highest interest of the child is not sacrificed in the conflicts between adults. For these instruments to become reality, they must be adopted officially, they must be financed and integrated in the case management system. And the Parliament has a decisive role here, from formulating the normative framework to allocating resources, monitoring implementation, consolidating accountability among institutions. The Republic of Moldova has dedicated experts, professionals, has good legislation, has solid international commitment, but we don't have predictability of financing of these specialized services supplied to victims of domestic violence and child victims, and the even and uniform application of these tools. In order to transform protection into reality, we must make a common effort where the state, the institutions, the civil society act together, and the sustainable financing of NGOs is still essential for ensuring the resilience and durability of the interventions, saving lives. I'd like to remind you that before coming here to take part in this session, I heard about the case of double femicide having taken place a few days ago in Chişinău. All the decisions that are to be taken for the protection of children and women victims of violence should start from the idea of stopping any type of violence.
Daniela. Dear colleagues, I don't know exactly who is guilty, but it seems that we do not have time for questions and no chance to negotiate with the protocol of the Parliament. So I would like to thank to thank all the speakers, all the 5 speakers, and for their insights, and of course for suggested and practical solutions, obviously. Oftentimes, today's realities compel us to seek and implement creative solutions to the reality. Our discussion also reconfirms the need to cooperate across sectors, across parliaments, institutions, and our societies, which is crucial. Dear partners, dear friends, dear colleagues, it is now my pleasure to introduce a colleague whose dedication to this cause is both long-standing and inspirational. Ms. Petra Bayer, member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe from Austria, a committed member of the Parliamentary Network Women Free from Violence and a valued member of the Women PACE Bureau, has played a crucial role in advancing legislative and policy action to protect women and girls across Europe. Dear Petra, thank you for your leadership and for being with us today. The floor is yours, please.
I thank you very much for this really, really kind introduction. And I thought I will try, on the one hand, to thank you for your contributions, and then I have 13 political deductions from what you said as a kind of recommendation, or let's see. So first of all, first of all, I wanted to say thank you very much to the young people. Nevertheless, I say thank you to the young people because it's so important to also deal with children's rights, especially for children. I think that the engagement or children's rights also include sexual and reproductive rights, and so the knowledge about evidence-based, the evidence-based knowledge about sexuality, joy, violence, life. What can I refuse? What is okay? What is not okay? Is really key. So deduction number 1 is that sexuality education at school is really key. It must be evidence-based. And we also know that the European Court of Human Rights says that the right of the child to know about their sexual and reproductive rights as well is higher to be valued than the right of the parents to decide about the concrete education of the children, also when it comes, for instance, to religious education. So I think that's key, that the children's rights have priority. I thank very much, and I apologize if I pronounce some Moldovan names wrongly. I want to thank Igor Grosu, the speaker, for sharing the progress that's done in combating gender-based violence. I think the legal recognition, it was mentioned by the Minister of Justice as well, the legal recognition of femicides is really, really a key and a great step forward. In Austria, for instance, we are not that far. And also the one-stop shops, also mentioned by some of you, for survivors are really key for preventing re-traumatization and not to have them telling their story again and again in their worst institutions. So that is really helpful. And the deduction number 2 is that we, in this regard, we really can learn from each other. We can use Grevio reports, Grevio knowledge, legal knowledge, also Theodoros mentioned Grevio, and so the deduction is that a better exchange and cooperation also among the diverse bodies within the Council of Europe, so us as Parliamentary Assembly with Grevio, for instance, is really worth to be more put in the focus and in the center, and that we really should profit from that. The third deduction is about the economic situation. It's so key about the status of women, and we know that women who are not economically dependent from men are in a much better position also to deny or refuse unwanted sexual intercourse. They are much better self-determinated, and I think that's really key. I want to thank Theodoros, who has also gone for putting the harassment on a meta level of democracy, and indeed the claim of power is for many people a no-go, and then it comes to this harassment. But exactly to claim this power is the key for change and is the key for self-determination and better social status, which really makes it a difference. So I think that we really should keep working on the economic independence for many, because it's the key for many, avoid many discriminations. So conduction number 4, to continue to work on the economic equality. And I wanted to remind you on the report of Celine Sayek-Böke, who really took the social situation of a person in the center of what is a possibility to be discriminated or not, was one of the highlights of our reports, I think. So we should really look very closely on Celine's hints in her report. And 5th deduction, capacity building among MPs, and to use, for instance, this online tool, the online help course that was recently launched, is really something that provides all of us with the important knowledge if we are asked how to proceed forward. So I want to thank Minister for Interior, Daniela Misail-Nihintin, for making clear that combating violence is not only a matter of women, it's a matter of economy, of interior, of security, of early reaction, of education, of civil courage, of all that. And only if many different institutions work together jointly and coherently, we can manage to tackle this problem. So deduction number 6 is that a coherent policy and holistic approach and to join forces can really stop gender violence as a complex challenge. And we know that complex challenges as gender-based violence need complex solutions, and very often easy answers of populists simply do not work, especially when it comes to hinder sexual violence or violence against women. I also want to thank again the Minister for Justice, Vladislav Kojukhari, for tackling what I call silence, the combination of violence and to be silent about it, which is a no-go. We have to speak about it. To ignore it really doesn't help anybody. By the way, we will have an exhibition in the Austrian Parliament starting with the 25th of November. It's whoever comes to Austria and visits the Parliament, please also see the silence exhibition there. Comprehensive legal reaction is indeed needed, and I think that an underlying legal fabric is indeed necessary to enable, and that was so important, to enable victims actively to fight for the enjoyment of their own rights. And so the 7th deduction is not to victimize survivors of gender-based violence, but to empower them and to use law also as a preventative tool, not only to punish the perpetrators, but also hinder further when it's clear that there is a punishment there. And the 8th deduction is that, of course, and also thank you very much, Mrs. Vice Speaker, for mentioning that men play a key role when it comes to gender-based violence, because, to be honest, it's a male problem. It's a male problem, it's a male problem, and we should tackle it like that. Thank you very much to Viorisia Tim Pagliari from the Agency for the Prevention of and Combating Gender-Based Violence for this really good vision of how to implement the Istanbul Convention, and that prevention training, data, cooperation, strategy, cross-cutting issues, and really to include all stakeholders is key. And my 9th deduction is that a fact and evidence-based policy is, on the one hand, always the best, but on the other hand, it always also takes with us those who have to obey the law. They much better understand why a law is useful and effective if they can understand why it's built, and we have facts for that. And deduction 10, also thank you very much for mentioning the 16 days of activism against violence. I think it's so important, I mentioned it already, to make it visible, and I wanted to outline that our Equality and Non-Discrimination Committee in the Parliamentary Assembly will have again a social media campaign during these 16 days where MPs and other important personalities of the Council of Europe clearly speak out and say why the Istanbul Convention is so important and is so good. So I also want to thank Viorel Chisinau for as police inspector, if I mispronounced it totally wrong. Indeed, police is very often the first to on the spot to intervene, and I know from my police officers in my district that at the beginning, especially the young ones, they're often speechless and have no clue how to tackle the perpetrator, how to tackle the victim, how to deal with all these emotions and with all this disaster we see. So deduction 11 is that sensitivity of police personnel, but also the whole law enforcement institutions is totally important. And I really think even if this can be very tricky, especially for judges, that mandatory education about signs and indicators of domestic and gender-based violence is really important. And survivors have the right to be treated with care and sensitivity, and they must have the chance that their offense is recognized before the courts. Thanks to Daniela from the, I did not grab the second name, from the Center Against Children Misuse, and also mentioning the Lanzarote Convention, and also the real fact that violence against mothers more or less always also include children in one way or the other, and make them especially vulnerable, but also learning them how to deal with specific tactics of how to get rid of confrontation, and to beat somebody or to use violence is never a good idea, of course. So I think that traditional gender roles, as you told it, of course, play a very key role to overcome them. My deduction number 12 is that to show strong female role models and make them visible, that women can have a totally different part in the game is really important. So I welcome also quotas. Victoria is still here, yeah. So I see. So the report we adopted today is also key for the visibility of women, but also to give them space, especially in politics. Because I'm convinced we cannot afford to ignore the knowledge and the experience of more than the half of the global population of Europe's population when we need to solve complex problems. We need their knowledge, we need them. And last but not least, number 13, we must halt misuse of children also in parental conflicts. I know there are often attempts that shared responsibility after a divorce is the solution for everything. We all know that very, very rarely divorces are without conflicts, and these conflicts do not disappear after a divorce. So very often one parent is using or misusing the children, putting pressure on the other parent to blackmail them. Is it okay if I don't pay my aliments for a month, then you are allowed to go on holidays wherever you want, or things like that. So even if it sounds very, very nicely, these shared opportunities are not always the best for the children, and also often not the best for women, which is also a kind of structural violence then often against them. And with that, sorry for being a little bit longer, I want to conclude my 13 deductions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Petra. The question is, would you like to stay in Moldova for a couple of months?
May I tell you that I was invited by UNDP about 15 years ago to give a seminar here in the parliament with parliamentarians, and then with civil society about gender quotas and about gender budgeting, and you did it. So.
Nice, thank you.
Very much like to come back.
Thank you ever so much for your comprehensive and very objective feedback. It is very valuable. So at the end of this session, I would like to thank, first of all the speakers, all the participants for their contribution and efforts. a happy weekend, and Moldova is a small country with a big heart, so I wish you a happy stay, a happy weekend, and don't forget about Moldova and Moldovans, because Moldova's place is in Europe. Thank you.